give a few more minutes here to make sure we have more people sign in. A few more tricks of the trade here. All right, looks like we're starting to have people sign in. Very good, very good. Just had to get the Starlink system set up that I have here, and had to take it outside because we were getting poor signal on my internet here in the home. So try this again. Thank you for joining. Appreciate that. Gonna wait a few more minutes to have a few more people sign in. All right, folks. Hopefully everybody's doing well today. Thank you for joining this live. We're going to keep it somewhat light tonight. I would love to be on the water, but unfortunately we are dealing with some very, very heavy winds here in the state of Arizona where I'm at right now. We're looking about 25 to 30 mile an hour gusts, and it can at some point peak to 40 plus miles an hour. A little bit colder weather than normal where we're at, but we're doing it. So today we're going to keep it on a light note, kind of an open conversation, open forum, if you will. Please remember to keep things clean. I do have children that do watch the channel. For those of you who've been with me for a long time, you know how that goes. I appreciate each and every one of you. But if you're brand new to the channel, thank you. Appreciate you joining today, and take an opportunity to hit that like and subscribe button. Love to have you join the family here. Well, folks, for those of you who know me, you know my name. For those of you who don't, my name is Tim. Welcome to Arizona Outdoors. Different than normal lives brought to you. Today, we're going to talk about some of the tools that I use while I'm doing my live fishing setups on the bank and such, and going to eventually incorporate this onto the boat. Good news for the boat, I just need to get a battery for it, and hopefully we'll have that within a week. And once that battery is on the boat that we need for the auxiliary, such as my trolling motors and other things like that for that, we will be up and running on the water for sure, 100%. We can go now, but I would feel more comfortable having that additional battery on top of that. That's just me for comfortability purposes. So again, thank you for joining. Glad to have you here. Wherever you may be, if you're in colder weather, chime in for me and tell me where you're watching from. Love to have you here, and love to know where you're watching from. I know that people are coming in and out of the channel quite a bit, and appreciate you doing so. So tonight I wanted to share with you some of the stuff that I use while I'm doing my lives out there fishing. This was the first thing I wanted to share with you. I picked this up not too long ago. A friend of mine who I watch on YouTube, and you may know him as Fishing with Ferg. Mike is a good friend of mine, and he actually had one of these on his channels when he was doing his live one day, and I happened to see it. I was really impressed with what it was. I'm like, you know what? I've got to get me one of those. So I did reach out to Mike and say, hey, Mike, I see that unit that you're using for your cell phone that you're able to do your lives on gives you that up close and personal feeling when you're doing the action of your bait and such, and casting the line. Hey, Demon, how are you? Demon Slayer, how are you, man? Glad to have you on board here. It's been a little while since I've seen you. Glad to have you back. Hopefully you're doing well. Hopefully you're doing real well. And Mike was gracious enough to let me know exactly where he got it and what it was. So introducing new to the channel, and if you've seen my last live, you probably seen me wear it, but I didn't get an opportunity to do it. Hey, Mike, how are you? Good evening, sir. Can't stay on long. I got to go out and eat. Oh, I understand that. Hey, I did mine before we did the live. Me and the wife went out and we had In-N-Out Burger. It was amazing. Popping in and adding to the thumbs up. Appreciate that, Mike. In fact, I was just talking about you, brother, about this new item that you had shared with me that you got. So, folks, this is going to be, oh, Demon Slayer, I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. This is going to be one of the new products that I'm going to be incorporating into the channel. Okay? Love this thing. I did wear it on the last live that I did, but unfortunately, I did not get an opportunity to use it. But again, it's going to be a great asset for the team here, as I call it. Cell phone goes in here, gives the ability of looking out while I'm doing the live, and I'll be able to read your comments on top of being able to show you what I'm doing out in front of you, getting that in-touch live action. It is a chest mount, so it does somewhat go on board like this when it's wrapped around, and you can put your phone inside here, and you can be able to see everything and do everything. So it's going to be a great, great item and a great necessity to the channel. This company here is a company called Subtig. Subtig, you might be able to see that. It is an Amazon product. It didn't cost a whole lot. Demon Slayer, I'm not doing too much. We are just doing, hey, Drew, welcome back, brother. We were having issues with my internet, so I decided to switch it up to, I decided to swip up to Starlink instead. You're angry? Uh-oh, what happened, bud? Sorry to hear that. So again, folks, something I'm going to incorporate into the channel will be this item here. Gusher GT, can you guys come watch Mr. Lawless live? I don't think I've ever heard of that. Where you fish? Oh, I fish. Hey, Mark, that's a great question. I predominantly fish freshwater fishing here in the state of Arizona. I'm not opposed to saltwater, but the only reason why I don't is because I get really nauseous on seawater when I'm on the ocean. So therefore, I don't sea fish or ocean fish per se. I've done it in the past. I've tried it, and yeah, it just doesn't agree with me. There's no medications or anything that I can take, so yeah, no bueno for me on that. The last time I did go sea fishing, though, ocean fishing, I should say, I lived in the state of Florida. I was able to go off to the coast of Florida and catch me a couple of sharks, but that was the only time that I actually went ocean fishing. The one and only, I should say. But I'll tell you what, it made one heck of an experience. So I did get two decent sized sharks on that fishing expedition, so I was pretty happy about it. So, anyway, folks, wherever you may be watching from tonight, Fishing with Ferg. Drew, Barbie is doing well, brother. Yes, she's doing very well. Oh, yes. Hopefully, yeah, no, Barbie's doing fine, Drew. We just got back from having lunch a little bit ago. She was craving In-N-Out hamburgers, so we went across the river to the Laughlin State and ate over there and came back home. She's now visiting with the grandbabies who live about 2 houses away from us. So, yeah, Barbie is very happy indeed. But thank you for asking. I appreciate that. Hopefully, you and your family doing well, Drew. Hopefully. So again, going to be incorporating one of these items into the system here. I was hoping to show you the actual Starlink system. Oh, me too. As you can tell, with my little waistline, Drew, you know I love me some hamburgers. You know I love me some hamburgers. I get my In-N-Out burgers. I do the cheeseburger, grilled onions, extra pickles. Yes, Chevy, I'm back. Brother, I do apologize. Apparently, I had some issues with my internet system due to the wind system. So what I did was I was going to show you guys my Starlink system, but unfortunately, I had to end up using the Starlink to get the signal on. So I'm going to have to do that Starlink system at another time. But I did get some of the components of Starlink to show you how you can hook it up to make it so mobile. A huge shout out to a friend of mine that I watch on YouTube called Want to See My Rod. He's the one that actually helped me get all the products that I needed together for my Starlink to become mobile. Let's see here. Folks, let's keep this channel clean, please. I do have children that do watch this channel. Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that. Appreciate that. Thank you so much, Drew. Oh yeah, I understand that, Chevy. I mean, I'd like to start saying that we would actually have. We don't normally have communicational issues here when the wind blows, but let's face it, the way the winds are blowing where I'm at right now, yeah, it could be very, very detrimental. I mean, there's been times that we've actually lost power for hours at a time because of the system going down like that. You see, then they try to spell that all in that you've been in. Well, you know what? It's hard to say, Chevy. I mean, it really is. The trees always fall on the line. Yeah, I understand that. I understand that. Well, it looks like we have some trollers on here today. Wow, it's a shame. But you know what? We're going to process this anyway and keep on going through. We're going to keep on going through. Anyway, yeah. So I mean, unfortunately, like I said, if it wasn't so windy today, I would definitely be out, doing some fishing. But today and tomorrow, and even yesterday, we've been having some really high winds. But I think this is going to be the last push of the cooler weather that we're going to have, and then we're going to start climbing up in our temperatures. There you go, Drew. Hey, Albert, how are you? Glad to have you here, my friend. Yes, I am back, my friend. I do apologize. Again, our internet system went down, so I literally had to went outside and hooked up my Starlink system. I wanted to kind of share that with you on how it was, but we'll talk through as much as we can on it because I really think Starlink is a game changer for those of you who are going mobile or don't have the ability of going out and wanting to do lives in areas that you are. The only reason why I wanted to go with the Starlink system for me personally was because when I'm on the water with my boat, there are areas out there on that lake that I cannot get out there and get signal. Hey, Adam, how are you? Doing well, thank you. I'm old enough to know better. That's a good one. There we go. Hey, Bob, good to have you here. Good afternoon. Sorry, no fishing today. I 100% agree, Bob. But you know what, though? I'm glad that you're here and I appreciate your support. I really appreciate that. Drew says, is that a salmon above the striper? Indeed, it is, Drew. Good eye. I had to turn around and look for a minute. Yes, that picture right there is the salmon above that beautiful striper down here. And then the ones that you see here to the right or my left will be your right. These are all the cold water, warm water type fish that are indigenous to the Arizona area. Hello, Adam. Got you back, my friend. Hey, Kushma, welcome, welcome. How are you, my friend? Thanks for joining the channel. So, yes, so again, we have a culmination of various types of species out here. Man, I hooked up a fish on one time. Poor guy told me to hook in me. I'm trying to find my. Well, I hope that works out with you with James. Hopefully it does. Oh, they are awesome indeed. Salmon is good eating. Also, salmon is very good eating. I actually like to take smoked salmon and put them on my bagels. Hey, Jim, welcome, sir. How are you? Hopefully you're feeling well today. No fishing for you, I could imagine, right, Jim? Because the wind is just so crazy out there. I know you living up on that hill area where you're at. I know you're getting it harder than we are, and it's blowing pretty darn hard here. Yeah, folks, it's just again, it's one of those sad, unfortunate things that the winds are blowing extremely high today. But again, you know what? It's okay. No matter where we are, whether we're actually fishing live out there on the river, the lake, whatever that case may be, or we're sitting here having a conversation, feeling good, weather sucks. I 100% agree, Jim. 100% agree. And I'm glad you're feeling well, my friend. Glad to hear that you're feeling well. Always a good thing to hear that. I've got a really good friend of mine that I fish with out here, folks. His name is Jim. An incredible individual, an incredible individual. And in the past couple of months or so that I've known Jim, Jim has taught me a lot about fishing, as far as fishing and certain types of habitats that I never knew about. He's just a plethora of information and a wealth of knowledge. That's right. That's right. Sure, Jim. Sure, Jim. That's a compliment from Drew, all the way from. Oh my gosh, Drew, I'm going to feel so ashamed. I can't remember where you're from, my friend. Is it New Zealand, I believe? Oh, hey, Nightbot's finally working. Thank you so much. You know what? Thank you so much. I was having a little bit of a problem with night. That's right. I was right there. New Zealand. I got it right. Woohoo! Enough for me there. So yeah, yeah. Jim's an incredible individual, man. I enjoy fishing every chance I get to hang out with him. So with that being said, I end up getting a new item today, which I'm pretty excited about trying out. Now, for those of you know that I purchased the Starlink mini system a little while ago for signal purposes, which I'm using today right now, and I'm actually pleasantly surprised and shocked that I'm in my house and yet my Starlink system is just outside the window here and it's picking up. So I'm really excited about that. I was told about 100 feet. They work no more than that, but I think it's pretty well over 100 feet where I'm at right now. So I'm pretty excited that it's working. Wind and all is picking up satellite. That's all I care about. So when I start going mobile in my vehicle, whether it's my truck or my wife's car, we wanted to start doing some lives on that route and taking you to areas that we enjoy going to. Tony, how are you, my friend? Hey, thanks for joining today. Glad you could make it. We're keeping it light tonight. We're keeping it light. Oh, you still using that fillet knife, Drew? Awesome. I'm glad it worked out for you, man. Have you been catching a lot of fish? That tells me if you're using it, then that tells me you're catching a lot of fish out there where you're at. Yeah, they are a great set of knives, man. I'm glad I was able to get those because I was able to get one for myself. The flexibility on that blade is just amazing. I mean, it's really easy for those smaller fillets that you want to take. It just slices right through them like butter, like butter. So as I was saying earlier, I ended up getting this today. This is the new mini Starlink um, window. How do I put this? Let me put it properly. It is for a window mount that you can actually secure your mini Starlink to your window in your dashboard of your vehicle. I'm excited to try this. It just came in today. It says and Drew just says, yeah, and the one I got a big Hawaii and cut right through it like a champ. Oh, beautiful. Glad to hear that, Drew. Glad to hear that. Albert on the Red Spirited says, do you like camping? Oh, indeed I do. Indeed I do. Oh, yeah, it is very cool, Chevy. I'm excited to try it. I'm excited to try it out. It came in today. I've been waiting on it for a little bit, and it finally came in today, and I'm excited to give it a whirl. So that means wherever I go, whether I'm driving to the location or whether the case, or we go off and doing some adventuring, we'll be able to have live signal through the mini satellite system to the phone. That way you fine folks don't miss any of the action. As far as your answer question to that, Albert, yes, I do love to camp. I used to camp tent wise when I was a lot younger, but it got to a point where I just couldn't do it anymore. So I kind of got spoiled. And now when I go camping, we camp on a fifth wheel. Oh, it's going to be very awesome, Drew. Looking forward to seeing it. One of the reasons why I wanted to get this system for Starlink is obviously, for the channel, for fishing and hunting and all that coming up. But there are so many beautiful areas in here in Arizona where we live that are so rich in history. I mean, it would be almost shameless or shameful if we didn't go explore. There are towns that date way back to the early 1800s that have so much history that you could not believe the information that you could get on that. You are still young, brother. Um, okay, I appreciate that. Did I say I was old? I don't remember. That goes to show you I'm old. I don't remember saying it. But I mean, there are so many places out here in which you can go explore and check out the old ghost towns, the mines, and everything else. And it just blows my mind how much history we have in this beautiful state that we live in. I mean, just literally 30 minutes away, if that, in the town of Oatman, which I talk about quite a bit on my channel. It's such rich in history from way back in the 1800s. And it's really cool to see some of the buildings that are still standing out there with the donkeys that are related from blood generation from on and on and on until present day, how they all originated from that point on. Now, here's a little fact find I bet you guys didn't know, because I didn't know for the longest time either. See, Drew asks, what size engines do those buggies you have got? Drew, that is a very good question. Mine does have a governor on it. And for those of you who may not know what a governor is on a motor, it only allows you to go to X amount of speed and then it just stops. Mine only goes to about roughly maybe 50 miles an hour, if that. So I'm not real quite sure what the size is, but it doesn't let me exceed that 49-mile-an-hour mark. But I'll tell you what, it is a mule. It does climb. When I put it in four-wheel low, it climbs like nobody's business. It's like a pack mule. You can have all my gear on there with all four seats full with people sitting in them. It'll climb those hills like nothing. Drew also asked, can you get into some amazing spots there? Yes, you can. You can. Um, there was one video that I did for a short. You may have seen it, Drew. And for those of you who may not have, I've got a short. Go check it out. It shows me literally in our off-road vehicle where I literally have wheels off the ground and it's teetering up on its end, on its tilted back. And it's really cool. Is it a little nerve-wracking at times? Yes, it can be. I'm not one for, getting crazy dangerous on going off-roading. Back maybe when I was about 20 years younger or so, I'd be like, yeah, let's just do it. I'm not that guy anymore. As I get older, I start to slow down. I'm a lot more cautious now. And it's like, you know, that's just going to be the way that is. So I'm just real cautious in what I do now. So I don't want to get into a position where it's going to cause me to have issues or even get myself or my family members or friends hurt. I'm just not that way. So, hey, JBT, welcome to the channel today, my friend. We are doing wonderful. We are doing something different than normal. We're having some really bad winds today. So I'm kind of like staying in-house, and that's what we're doing. We had to do a reset on the channel right now because my internet system at home went down. So I ran outside as quick as I could, hooked Starlink up, and bop, we're back up and running. Sally Smothers, welcome to the channel. How are you? Thanks for being here today. Appreciate that. I'll tell you what, man, we are getting some trollers today. I forgot that trollers do come out on weekends, big time. Big time. I hadn't had any trollers for a while. It's all right though. That's all right though. I thank goodness I got some moderators on here that can help me out. But I mean, overall though, yeah, Drew, there's a lot of places out here to explore and experience. Um, there was one area. There's been a couple of times. I will tell you, there's been a couple of times I've been real cautious of going down certain areas where we do go off roading, to where I've almost literally rolled and flipped my over side by side over and over. Hey, Scotty, how are you, buddy? Glad to have you on board here today. To where I've almost rolled the side by side over and over down a hill, and it's like it's just such an unnerving feeling knowing that that could potentially happen. So I'm really, really low key when it comes to getting out there. Yes, the boat engine is up and running. It does sputter occasionally, but I think that has a lot to do with the some of the byproduct that's left from the old fuel in there. So dams, not tonight, my friend. It is too windy and cold out here where we are to do any fishing. We are experiencing some high winds tonight, so I'm right there with you, brother. I would love to be out fishing right now if I could. I could, I would. You know that deal. But overall, though, yeah. So, but again, so as far as the size of the motor, Drew, that's a very good question. I don't know. I just know that it's a workhorse and it goes. I bought that back in 2019, and the whole premise of me buying that was because I was going to actually do a lot of hunting back then when I first came out to the state of Arizona. It was I don't want to use the word culture shock because that's not what it is, but it was different than what I was used to. And even the fishing out here was really a lot different than I was used to. There was a period of time, which a lot of you know who've been following me for a while, where I had a dry spell where I literally almost gave up on fishing because it just wasn't conducive and it just wasn't working out. Scotty says, white caps out on the lake here, super windy. Same here, Scotty. Same here on the lake and the river. It is not safe on the water right now. Even if I was to bank fish, I'd have a heck of a time getting that line out where I want it to go, unless I'm willing to put a ton of weight on that line. And at that point, what's the point? If the fish are going to bite, it would have to be a whale in order for me to even know that you're on the line. So you understand where I'm going with that one, right? It would have to be a lot of weight in order to hold that line down. But yeah, so we just kind of chill. Now, one thing I'm excited about that's going to be coming up once the spring sets in. I've got kayaks out here that I'm getting ready to put in the water, but there's some modifications I want to do to the kayaks since I'm actually thinking about doing some night fishing in a local. There's a place out there that you maybe heard me talk about once or time or two. Is that it's called Stop Sign Cove, and it's literally right off the dam area on the back side of the dam on Lake Mojave side. And if you can get out there on kayaks at night, as long as you have the red and green lights and then the white lights on the back, you can legally be on the water on a craft, even if it's a kayak. And two, it's great for safety. That way, people know that you're out there. I remember some time ago when me and my son were out on the boat that we were fishing off of. There was people out there on a boat, and they were I don't know whether they were what's the word I want to use? Not jet skiing, but they water skiing or some kind of water activity on the water. The boat had no lights on it whatsoever, which I thought was crazy, you know. And gosh, you know, it's so dangerous being like that out there. But overall, though, I'm just, you know, I'm all about being safe. So one of the things that I wanted to share with you too was now you all know that I'm powering my Starlink system up with battery packs. Okay, battery packs. So I was told not too long ago that you can use an 8 amp hour DeWalt battery system to power up your unit. That was a game changer for me. That was a huge game changer for me. And a huge shout out to SoCal Outdoors and to Want to See My Rod. Those two helped me. You know, well, SoCal told me about the other Want to See My Rod, who could be able to get me hooked up on some stuff like that and how to power it, since he did the same thing with his boat. So I went on to I think it was Amazon. I went to and picked up two of these batteries, two of these DeWalt batteries. Now these things are incredible. These are the two DeWalt 8 amp hour batteries. Now, folks, I will tell you this one battery here. Oh, indeed he is, man. SoCal is awesome. Love watching his content. Him and Want to See My Rod. Um, Rod told me about this battery here. It is the DeWalt battery pack, 8 amp hour. It tells you how much supply you have there, right? Okay. It's amazing. Now, the thing that I've seen with these is this: one of these batteries alone, okay, one of these batteries alone will cost you about $230. I kid you not. One of these batteries alone will cost you $230 for this one battery. The site that I went to that Rod had on a link that he had, you were able to purchase two of these batteries for that same price. Not one, but two for that same price. It was a no-brainer. I'm thinking, wait a minute, if one of these batteries costs me $230 by itself, I can get two for that price? It was a no-brainer. So I hooked that up quick, boom, bought it. So they came in. This battery here, oh, it's a huge bargain, Drew. It's a huge bargain. This battery here can charge my satellite up to almost 4 hours by itself. No questions, no problem, nothing. It handles it. Up to 4 hours on one battery charge alone for these. Okay, so technically, if I was to do a straight 8-hour live stream, two of these would give me 8 hours, no problem. It's amazing. And again, the 8 amp hour is a game changer because it's got that extra boost of power when you need it, and it lasts a long time. Now, along with that comes the charging kit. Okay. Now, the charging kit, I believe, was $29 or $39. It was worth it. It comes with the charging connection unit. Okay. Comes with that. DeWalt and Husky, please sponsor this man. Thank you, Drew. I wish. Drew, you've been around for a while. You know what tools I use, don't you? So it comes with the charging port here, which you connect your battery to. It comes with the cord. Yeah, right here. And it comes with the plug-in unit for the wall, which you're going to plug your cord into. Okay. This thing, believe it or not, does a rapid charge on the battery. A rapid charge on the battery. And it even tells you what the lighting indicators mean for what it is. I can put this on a charge probably within 30 minutes or a little more or so. Okay, maybe even an hour. Hey, Birch, thanks for joining. I appreciate that. Glad to have you here. Maybe an hour tops, potentially, and it all depends on how depleted the battery is. But I can have this thing up and running in probably about an hour to a full charge for what will last me another 4 hours. So again, a game changer. Okay, a game changer. You can't, I mean, if you really want to go mobile, you can use this material here and the setup that I have for the Starlink system that's outside right now. Now, the Starlink system that I have set up right now has got a head unit just like this in a sense, which your battery taps into, but it also has another cord that goes out about maybe 3 or 4 feet long in the cord, which connects back to the back of Starlink. Okay, and that's what powers it. So you could literally mount that Starlink system to your windshield like I have, mount that battery pack to it, and then wherever you go, you've got signal as long as you have no unrestricted view from the sky. So it's a game changer, a huge, huge game changer. Is it a push to push out Starlink? No, I think it's worth the product. I really do. Tony says some of those batteries have a memory, and if you don't run them all the way down, they won't hold the full charge or last as long as you may think. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right, Tony. That is absolutely correct. So, folks, Tony does bring a good point out there. You need to, when you're using your batteries like that, make sure that they are completely dead. For those of you who are my age, will remember the NiCad batteries that we used to have back in the day. Now, years ago, when I worked in the fire service, we used the HT radios, what we call hand talkie radios in the fire service, and they had what we called NiCad batteries. Yes, they do. You need to drain them completely because if you do not drain them completely, as Tony said, with these batteries, they will hold a memory and you will end up losing half that battery. Drew says, so can you take Starlink anywhere with you and have perfect? I would probably, hey, you know, Drew, I would probably say 99.9% of the time, yes. Unless you have potentially bad cloud coverage or potentially even inclement weather, that may be a factor. But I've had them to where I've actually had cloud cover and had no issues. The only time that you're going to have issues with it is if you're under any kind of a canopy, whether it's trees, buildings, whatever the case may be. yeah, you will have issues then. But other than that, no, I've not had any issues with it at all. So Jim says, bet they have some good fishing in New Zealand. Yeah, hey Drew. Jim says, I bet they have good fishing in New Zealand. Want to comment on that one, buddy? Drew says, is it much more expensive than normal internet? No, Drew, it's not actually. It is actually cheaper by some degree. You can do the mini. I think the way it sounded from what I'm seeing, Starlink may have 3 or 4 different variations of the satellite kit. You have your home unit, your mini, which I do for roaming, and a couple of others I just kind of randomly seen recently. But yeah, no, I mean, and they're not expensive at all. Jim, Drew says this for you, my friend. They sure do, Jim. Mainly saltwater fishing over here. So, Jim, if you're into saltwater fishing, that might be something to think about, my good friend. But I mean, overall, though, Drew, no. They your plans basically start out at $50 a month. In the beginning, they were either doing 50 to 100 gigabytes for $50 a month, and I believe they upped it another 50 or 100 more to either make it 150 or 200. Oh, and Jim, Drew says they have a bunch of eels out there too, where he's at. So, yeah, but you know, I mean, and the nice thing, Jim says, grew up on saltwater fishing. Well, then, Jim, you would love being out there fishing, my friend. He's got all saltwater and eels out there for you, buddy. So again, overall, saying that you know the expense as far as Starlink, no, it's comparable. If sometimes it might even be cheaper to some degree. Um, Now, what I did is I opted to do the unlimited plan for the Starlink system. Jim, do you mind if I tell Drew where you're from, sir? Are you okay with that, Jim? Out of respect, Drew, I just want to make sure it's okay with him. So reality is, though, okay. Jim says it's okay. So actually, Drew, Jim is my neighbor. Basically, we live in the same town. He lives probably, if I had to guess, maybe 3 miles from me, maybe 4 at the most. But yeah, he's not far. Solo, how are you? Glad to have you here, my friend. We are doing something different tonight. We are keeping the chat easy light, easy light. It's an open discussion as long as it's clean and decent, you know. And not that you wouldn't, Solo. We've already been hit with trolls already. So, but yeah, I had to kind of verbatimly say that. So yeah. So again, Drew, it's not that expensive at all. It really isn't. I did the unlimited plan, which cost me about 160 a month. Oh, and before I forget too, you have the ability of opting out if you want it. If you don't want to use it for a month, you can shut it down, and then when you're ready to go active again, they can restart you back. So it's really cool. Hey, Fly Flizzy, how are you? You are done, bro? No, I don't think so. I'm here and kicking, bro. We're just not doing any fishing. Not doing any fishing. Sad as it is, I wish I was on the water. I really do. Love me some fish. What does the cup say? Wish I was fishing? Yeah, that would be it. That would be it. Well, very good. Okay. If you think so, my friend. Uh, so anyway, but I mean, it's not bad at all. You know, I mean, I have no complaints with it. So if anybody out there, if you're thinking about getting into it, yeah, it's definitely a decent investment. And the plans I think are really flexible. I really do. And again, a couple of, like I said, for those of you who don't know, Drew kind of put me on blast on that one already. He pretty much knows I'm pretty much a Husky kind of a light system guy. This is another item that I use for all my light up purposes at night. They have like 3 or 4 variances in brightness and 3 or 4 variances in color that you can do. So huge on it. It's got the tripod system that's really unique with it, which I like. Love the tripod system on that. Thank you, Birch. I appreciate that. Oh, he's a troll. Delete him now. Delete him, Drew. Oh, yay. We are getting hit with trolls today. Getting hit with trolls today. So, how's everybody doing out there today? Birch got him. Thank you so much, Birch. I appreciate that. Quick response from Birch. I appreciate that. Hey, you know what? At least it shows me one thing. I mean, I guess even the trolls got to watch, right? Yeah. Hey, Birch, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Appreciate that. Folks, let me show you some of the other stuff that I got here that I'm kind of sharing here with the video tonight. Let's see here. Oh. Now, I've been talking with a friend of mine, Jim, about wanting to get some bait, some carp. What was the word I want to use here? Oh, there we go. Pack bait. There we go. Pack bait lures that I wanted to get to be able to pack bait for carp and cat. And I've been kind of looking at them on some online for that. And I wanted to see the prices on them. They're not too expensive. The ones I'm looking for though are a little bit bigger in size. Let's see here. It is spring now over there. Not quite yet. Not quite yet. We are starting to get into our warmer temps. Probably by the middle of this next week coming up, we'll start be going into the 80s and 90s. It's we'll probably have that Drew for about maybe a month or two, maybe, and then it's going to even go a little bit warmer. It will get warm, but it is what it is, you know. That's just part of living in the desert, as I say. Now, for those of you who want to know about this earlier, these are the microphone sets that I use. That might be, you know, Solo, that may be what they're called, method feeders. I know that they're about yay big, and you actually literally can pack your pack bait in them. And then some of the ones that I've seen where they go literally up the leader line a little bit, about yay long or so, they'll have your method feeders or so up here. They'll bring that long leader line down with the hook, and then they'll end up putting corn on the actual hooks itself. So I think the actual pack bait lures them in, and then when they get the smell of that, they come up and then they end up biting the corn, and that's when you can yank them in and bring them on in. I see a lot of fishermen who fish for carp that do that, and it's intrigued me. Ever since I caught my very first carp, I've been intrigued on how to catch more of them. I've caught a couple of them the way I do it, but I think having the right tools would make it even a guarantee that you're going to catch. You know what I'm saying? That's just what I'm thinking anyway. There is no science. There is no one way method to it, as I'm learning for fish. It's an evolution that's constantly changing. You know, it is what it is. Now, I know you folks, maybe somebody asked me some time ago about the type of microphones that I use. The type of microphones that I use, you can buy these on Amazon for like $29 for two of them. They're really inexpensive. They really are. But they come with two microphones and also a unit that goes to the bottom of my cell phone that does the Bluetooth connection on it, which I think is a great deal. So, well, hey, good to see Nightbot working. I haven't seen that in a while. Glad to have you back here, Nightbot. Let me see here. Let me go back to what Drew says. I have no luck using those plastic baits. I like using smelly old squid. Hey, Drew, there's nothing wrong with that, my friend. If that's what catches a fish, then you're doing it right. That's my logic. Then you're doing it right. I mean, I guess that's probably why I'm a number one fan of bait fishing, because I love to get it down in there and I love to have it sitting close to it. Um, Solo, I don't know. I don't remember. I don't remember what your package was. No, Solo, I think you actually won the I think you won the oh I got you. You had me thinking for a minute there. I think you won the two pole combo set, if memory serves me right. No, actually these are really good. I just found out recently that Walmart sells something like these for about the same price. So if you guys have a Walmart in your locality where you're at, yeah, pick them up there. Um, they work okay. They're not bad. They're not as good quality as DJI microphones, but they do work well for the most part. They do block out probably a major percentage of the wind. But I mean, the DJI one that I would love to get is definitely 100% better than this one is. Yeah, there you go. I knew you won something, bro. That's right. That's right. I remember that. Dude, that was nice. Have you had an opportunity to use that yet, Solo? I'm curious. Because you and one other subscriber had won that each one of those. Well, I appreciate you too, my friend. Have you had an opportunity to use them yet? I'm just curious. Drew, you don't have a Walmart where you live? What kind of a store do you have that's like a Walmart? Or is there anything like that where you live? Walmart can actually at times does have good products out there, fishing gear. I've noticed in the last couple of weeks or so that they've been blowing a lot of their fishing gear out on sale. I have them already rigged and ready, but have not. Oh, okay. No, it's all right. No worries, brother. Hey, it'll happen when it does. Oh, Kmart's still around out there? Holy cow. No kidding, Drew? Man, that brings back old memories. I remember working at Kmart like in the early 90s. Holy cow. Wow. On a place called the Warehouse. Okay. I'm actually surprised that Kmart's still out in New Zealand. Out here in the United States, they're gone. No more, no more. When I first started Kmart years and years ago, and I do mean years ago, I started out as a cart boy, went to Toys, Garden, and then finally moved up in rank and went to loss prevention. Wow. Kmart was better than Walmart in some ways. To a degree, I'd have to agree. I have to agree on that one for sure. Yeah, Kmart is cheap. It is cheaper. I worked at Kmart back in the day when we didn't get paychecks. They paid us in cash. And they knew, which was a smart idea on their part, marketing wise, they knew that if you walked through the store, you were going to stop and buy because you had cash in hand. Clothes had better deals. Yeah, they did. But they don't sell fishing stuff anymore. What? Kmart don't sell fishing stuff anymore? Wow, that's a shock. Wow. Drew, you all need to get something like a Sportsman Warehouse or something. That would be phenomenal. That would be phenomenal. You know, if you get like a Sportsman's Warehouse or even like a Bass Pro Shop or a Cabela's, something. Oh, they used to sell them, huh? Man, that's a shame, man. So, Drew, where do you get all your fishing equipment at then? Do you guys have like small mom and pop bait shops or tackle stops? Curious. I guess out here we're kind of spoiled. I don't know. I mean, the city that I live in, we don't have much. We have a place called Hunting and Fishing. That's a cool show. Oh, okay, that's good. Well, at least you have something out there. That's awesome. That's awesome. At least you have something out there. Now, Drew, let me ask you a question, my friend. Per capita, do you think you have more fishermen out there who live out in your country or hunters? I would probably say fishermen, but you never know. Let's see. Drew says they sell all the fishing rods and hunting gear. Okay, no, sounds good. Sounds like my kind of store. Yeah, I'm curious. In your country, more fishermen. That's what I thought. Okay, I figured so. All right, very good, very good. I think out here in the town that I live in, it's so small that our literally our closest big store like Cabela's or Bass Pro Shop, which a lot of you may already know, but Cabela's and Bass Pro Shop merged at one time. They became one basically. See here, Tony says, "Hey Tim and everyone on the chat, I'll be back. I got to run to the store. Wife's birthday is tomorrow, and I got to get ready." Hey, absolutely, got to take care of the wife, my friend. Good job, Tony. Good job. And tell the wife happy birthday from all of us here. Drew says, but there is heaps of hunting in the South Island. Oh, no kidding. Okay, awesome. So you're in the North Island. Okay, so predominantly more fishermen up there. Nice. Beautiful. Yeah, have a great day, Tony. Got to take care of the missus. I totally understand that 100%. What's the rule that we live by, folks? Happy house, happy spouse, or happy spouse, happy house, something like that. Indeed. My favorite, happy wife, happy life. Yeah, we have a we are so lucky. We have such good wives, right? Okay, Drew says, and saltwater fishing is free. What? So you don't need a license. That's right. I think I remember you telling me that, Drew. You do not need a license in the country that you're in for saltwater. Now, out here in America, if you fish off a pier, you do not need a license to freshwater or to saltwater fish. But if you're in a boat or you're on a lake or a creek or a river, you have to have a license. Isn't that the funniest thing, though? Only freshwater where you're at, huh? Interesting. Okay, cool. Cool. Now, we are not like that here. You have to have a license for everything that you fish for, whether it's salt or fresh, unless you're on a pier. And what I mean by pier, I don't mean like a pier for a lake either. I'm talking about a pier from the ocean. You can be on an ocean pier and it's free all day long. No requirement for licenses. Which I mean, it's kind of interesting how they do that, but I get it, but I don't, but I do. You know what I'm saying? So now these items here, I've always felt these little tiny hooks that we have here, I've always felt that these would be good for catfish for sure. But can we hook up a carp with something that small as far as like a pack bait? I don't know. I don't know. Now, there is one item that I do have in my tackle box that I didn't bring in today that's about yay long. It's got like a spongy type material on it on the bottom with a treble hook, but it's got a long green or yellow cylindrical. Well, thank you, Drew. I appreciate that. A long green or yellow or even orange at some point cylindrical tubing with holes in it. Um, my friend Jim was telling me that you can use that for pack bait or dip it in what I like to call hog wild, which is stinky, stinky stuff. That should work as a carp or catfish attractant with the hook on it. I'm going to try that out and see how it works, but I still would like to get a method feeder, or I think that's what you call it, right? Solo or Tony? Was it a method feeder for the actual pack bait? I still want to get some of those. I think they're really cool to have some of those. That would be great to get them. So this is something I definitely want to try out also for that. These to me are the coolest invention ever. Stinky stuff, fish love stinky stuff. They do indeed, Drew. They do indeed. Y'all remember not too long ago, I actually took a whiff of that stuff that I had. Oh, that was a mistake. Won't ever do that again. Will not ever do that again. Now, these here, I learned about these from a gentleman that I follow on YouTube, New World Fishing. And I thought these were kind of cool. You can utilize these on your line, put your line through here so it goes back and forth without any issues. And you can hook your weights to them without it damaging the line. Amazing product. Amazing product. I think these are great. I got a bag of these, quite a big bag actually. I think they came like 2 or 3 of these for like $10. And there's a lot of them in there. Oh, it's a great idea. It's an amazing idea. I really am glad that I was able to actually learn about these. These are called Boardstrack. That must be the company that makes them. Doesn't really tell you what it is. It just says fishing sin. That's it. So again, but the premise is though, you hook your bait on these things. Here, let me see if I can find one. Maybe we'll do it real quick. Kind of share a little bit here. I got my tackle box of weights and stuff. Let's see here. Now these weights, you can use them as small as this. Okay, you can use them as small as that. Sinker slides. Thank you, Jim. That's what I was looking for. Sometimes I have those moments where I don't remember anything. Daylight savings for you guys, we don't have to worry about that here, my friend. Chevy, we don't, yeah, Arizona doesn't change any of that. Save the line from getting tangled? I think it does. But honestly, though, Drew, my line has still gotten tangled. It has, even with these on. But the nice thing about these, though, is that you can literally open these up. Give me a second here. You can open these up. Oh, boy. This one's stiff. There we go. Open it up. Get in there. Come on. There we go. See how that opened up like that? It opened up nice and fine like that, right? Chevy says, awesome. I wish was like that here. Yeah. I'm glad that we don't have that issue, though. You know, it's kind of a hardship to have to remember when you got to set your clocks back and set them forward. So with that being said, you can hook either one or two, like that. Okay. I think it's a unique system for this. And then you go ahead and reattach it to shut her down, which keeps your weights on there. And there you go. There you go. And it can go up and down the slide without any issues. Any issues. No issues at all. So it's a great setup. I like it a lot. It's done me well. I think probably 3 out of the 4 of my rods that I use, that's exactly what I use them with. I think they're really an asset to that. Um, I'm learning more and more. My buddy Jim was telling me about the best sinkers to get are your egg sinkers. I think that's pretty cool. I'm starting to invest in a lot of those. Various sizes of sinkers, torpedo type sinkers, and all that good stuff. Here's a good one. Let's see, what's the weight on this one? Really doesn't tell me here. Let's see here. If I had to guess, I'd say maybe 1.5 to 2 ounce, like a coin sinker. I use these quite a bit. I have big ones like this that I use on my duck decoys, and I would put 1 or 2 of them on the decoys when I used to go duck hunting, and it would keep the ducks stationary even though they're floating in the water. 2. That's a 2 ouncer. All right, thank you, Jim. Jim knows his weights. I'll give him that, bro. He's pretty good. I used to use these on my decoys though, and it would actually. Those are some fancy looking sinkers. Oh, these things are incredible. All right, audio's out, lost sound. Yep, I think the battery just went dead. Can you all hear me now? Can we hear now? Hey, Red Brick, how are you? Okay, perfect. We went off microphone, so this was probably a microphone that I'd used some time ago and didn't completely charge it. All right, perfect. As long as you can hear me, I'm good. Anyway, this is the other piece I was telling you about that goes to the actual Bluetooth mic set. This is what goes onto the bottom of the phone, and then it Bluetooths to the actual mic. So, with that being said, now you know that. That's another trick that I use. But I'm not, like I said, I'm not real clear what these are, but they're unique. Appreciate that, Red Brick. They're unique. Now, I bought these a little while ago because I thought they were cool looking, but I haven't had the ability to even know how to use them or what to use them for. I honestly, I think I buy stuff thinking one day it's going to be good. I'm going to try it. I get so much of it that I start getting set into certain ways that I do things. I completely forget I had more stuff to play with. But again, interesting. And they come in bigger size weights on that also. So here's another one, a little bit bigger. A little bit bigger one. It's a brown one though. Same concept though. Let's see here. What else we got? Here we go. My favorite side, the hooks. The hooks. Now, I do collect a lot of different sizes of hooks. From the biggest, which I probably would use as probably my 3/0, to the most tiniest hooks of all. And I do mean tiny. That thing is super, super tiny. I think this might be good for maybe trout. Gosh, it's so tiny you can't even see it. You see, there's my big thumb and finger here. There we go. Can we see that all right? That's how tiny that thing is. That is super, super tiny. Okay. And I'm thinking maybe that might be good. Tiny hooks catch the fish? Drew, I believe they do. I believe they truly do. I mean, I believe they will. The thing is that I honestly, I think this may be something that, and for those of you who trout fish religiously, give me some insight. Give me some insight. What do you think? Good enough for trout or too small? I'm just curious. Good enough for trout or too small? Only problem with tiny hooks is I find is that the fish swallow. Exactly. Truly indeed on that one, Drew. Truly indeed on that one. That's probably one of the things I would find out about it too. That they would tend to gobble that thing up quickly and take it all the way down. Now, one of my favorites. Yeah, it would catch. That's what I thought. Now, here's one of my favorites here. My number one go-to. This one almost reminds me of a number 6 or number. Gosh, I'm trying to remember. Is it the smaller the number, the bigger the hook? No, the smaller the number, the smaller the hook. I always get those confused. I really do. If I'm thinking like a syringe, the higher the number, salmon egg. Oh, it's a salmon egg hook. There you go. Thanks, Jim. Jim, refresh my memory, buddy. The smaller the number, the smaller the hook. I tell you, man. If it's like syringe, it's always the higher the number, the tinier the needle. It may be reversed for hooks. I can't remember. Yeah, them tiny hooks are really sharp. So again, it's the smaller the number, the smaller the hook. Yeah? Okay. I'm going with that. This is probably my number one go-to though. I use this for all my bait fishing and such. Got plenty of striper on these and even cat and carp on these. I prefer the red hook because of the fact that to me it always emulates blood. Okay? I don't know if it makes a difference, but in my mind, I think it does. But again, this is a great hook. I do use 3/0 and other ones, and I do use them in like the metal. Hey, Tulizzi, how are you? Glad to have you here, my friend. Good to see you on here tonight. The red hook, that's a nice why. That's nice. Why it is a red hook. That's nice. Why is it red? Jim, I'm sorry, Jim. Could you repost that again? I just barely caught that. Why is it red? Is that oh, awesome? Appreciate that, Izzy. Drew, did you ask me why is it red? Is it to camouflage the bait? No, I honestly, it may be my own interpretation, Drew. And maybe because I think when they see red, maybe it emulates blood. Well, Red Guard, thank you. I appreciate that. Appreciate that. Larger number, smaller. Okay, there you go. Larger number, small. Okay, perfect. Thank you. I appreciate that. So it's just like syringes then. I get it. That makes sense to me now. Yeah, I use these in either the red or the regular, like the steel color. But I love these. I also use quite a bit of octopus hooks too. I like them. I do use quite a bit of trebles at times. Let's see if I can pull up my trebles here. And I've got baby size trebles here. And I do mean baby size trebles. This thing is super, super tiny. Again, that's the size of the gold treble. I don't know if you can see it or not, but there she is. That thing is tiny. Tiny, tiny, tiny. Again, trout fishing, salmon eggs, I would imagine. Or even power bait to some degree. Super, super tiny though. I mean, literally, it is super tiny. The downside of those is, God forbid, I get them stuck in the carpet. They're not coming out. And if you step on them, that's even going to hurt worse. Let's see here. What do we got in this box? Yeah, that's a small one. That is definitely a small one. See here. Yeah, these are just a plethora of things that I have. Let's see here. Oh, here's some good hooks. Here's some good hooks. Now, on these ones here, these are my 2/0 octopus hooks. Believe it or not, they're not red in color. 2/0 octopus hooks right here. Not a bad hook. That's what I thought, Jim. Jim elaborated what I thought. Some hooks are red to look like blood. Now this is a 2/0 octopus hook. I use this one quite a bit also. Whether it's in this color or in red. Now this one is from the company Gamakatsu, which makes really good hooks. They're really sharp. I'm a huge fan of them and I use them. Then, when we're going to get to this other one that I was sharing you with, see if I can pull it out. Same company, 3/0 Gamakatsu hooks, octopus hooks in red. Oh yeah, Drew, Gamakatsu's been around for a long time. It's a great company, a great company. Again, I use this one in red on the 3/0. I'll use a lot of these too when I'm bait fishing with the anchovies. When you see me casting that line out there in the middle of the river, this is my 99% of the time. It's either that first one or this one right here that is my main go-to. Love it. It's an effective hook. It works, and they're pretty easy to extract out as long as they don't go all the way down to throw to the fish. And that's a great, I mean, it's a super, super sharp hook. Drew says, I'm going to get me some red hooks now. Oh, by all means, Drew, you should. By all means, you should, my friend. Just be careful, Drew, that when you're using them, that you don't get stuck. Because it does hurt. My friend, it does hurt. Now, on this one here, let's see if I can pull it out. All right. Okay, here's another one. This one is a number 4/0 hook from, there's a company out here that we have, you may have heard, they may be worldwide at this point. They may very well be worldwide. This is a number 4/0 hook from a company called 6 Cents. I mean, look at the size of that hook. That's going to definitely get something. You know what I'm saying? That's going to get something. Indeed. And these tips are super, super sharp. Trust me, they are very unforgiving. You get them in the hand, anywhere in your body, you're going to know it. Super sharp. But very effective when catching fish. Very effective. Jim says this is an EWG. Now, Jim, that's a term I'm not familiar with. What does EWG stand for, my friend? Yeah, indeed, it's a very interesting looking hook, Drew. Very interesting. Yeah, and guaranteed it'll get whatever it hits, it's going to hit good. Jim, what does EWG stand for, my friend? Extra wide gap. There you go. And I'm assuming that's because of right here. I believe that's why Jim is talking about that right here. Right in this section here is going to be the extra wide gap. Am I correct on that one, Jim? Because of the wide gap right here? I love the fact that Jim can chime in. Offset. Okay, I got you. All right. Very good. Again, very effective. Very effective. Oh, Jim knows his stuff indeed. 100% he does. Jim spends a lot of time researching and everything. And I'll be honest with you, man. I'm not ashamed to tell you. Jim has taught me a lot. Good guy, man. He knows his stuff. Now, we've got, let's see here. Now, this other one I have here is a number 2 offset. Yep, Jim was right. A number 2 offset hook that I have from Gamakatsu. Now, check it out, folks. I want to share something with you real quick. You can definitely see the difference in the hooks between these two. The number 2 and the number 4. The number 2 is a Gamakatsu offset hook. Okay? Very effective. Very, very sharp. But notice how thin this is? Very thin. Very, very thin. Compared to the one we just had. Bam! Look at that. 2 different styles. 2 different thicknesses. Okay? Both effective in catching fish, though. Both very effective in catching fish. I don't know if you can see that. I'm trying to be pretty decent about it. But yeah, you can definitely see. So, again, both serve a purpose and work well. Egg sinkers. I'm becoming a huge fan of them. Jim, thank you for that. Jim's actually the one that turned me on to the egg sinkers. They are quick, they're fast, and they're very effective. Various sizes, okay? Unfortunately, I wish I could give you the size, the weight of them. Yeah, definitely, you can definitely see the difference on them for sure. Egg sinkers, love these things. Jim says lighter wire doesn't need as lighter wire does not need to set a hard to hook set. So in other words, I guess it doesn't require a lot more to be able to set the hook. Okay, it's easier to set the hook with that. That's the impression I'm getting, correct, Jim? Are egg sinkers good for light line? I think they are. As it depends on the ounce of weight that you use, Jim. Or I'm sorry, Drew. I believe so. I believe that they are. Again, I'm learning a lot. Yes. Okay. Appreciate that, Jim. I'm learning a lot about egg sinkers because back in the day, I've never used them. I never really used them until Jim started talking about them, and then I saw what he was using. Yeah, it was a game changer for me. And the nice thing about these is that they're really easy to apply to your line. Now, I'm still a fan of putting the bead before the actual, like say when I'm doing my line setup and all that, depending on what I'm using for the day, I am still going to put a sinker, a bead, and then a swivel in between the sinker and the swivel because I don't want to damage the swivel with the banging or the pounding of the swivel. So I'll put a bead in there. Drew says, I love casting little reels with light line. It's more fun and cast with ease. Indeed they are. Oh yeah, and you know it's all about finesse fishing at that point, Drew. It really is. My friend Jim, who I'm talking to on the text, he's all about finesse fishing also. Laster, how are you? Thanks for joining. Appreciate that. Glad to have you here, my friend. Glad to have you on board tonight. So, one thing I've learned with Jim's style of fishing, he doesn't really do a whole lot of bait fishing because he's more about the action of the lures and such, but he definitely is one that is into finesse fishing. Yeah, Jim says he loves his ultralight. He loves his ultralight. And 99% of the time when I'm fishing with Jim, he's using that one pole. I mean, he's got various poles that are literally lightweight poles like that, but for the most part, Jim has always told me he's a finesse fisherman. And I can understand why. I can really understand why, because to me, it's like there's a whole different type of feeling when you're finesse fishing versus like what I will do is I will bait fish with heavy line and even heavy weight at some point. You know, when I fish, that fish has got to take that bait, you know, and I love the fight of them. But again, I think there's a lot to be said with finesse fishing also though, because again, lighter line, lighter tip pole where the sensitivity is amazingly different and you feel everything. I think it makes a great challenge and it's a great reel of fun indeed. So again, multiple size type egg hooks or egg weights, just like that. And I would imagine they even get bigger than that. Yeah. Because if you notice these two here, I'll put the small one down. You notice these two here? Again, not much difference in weights. I got one of those living rubber browns and purple jigs for you. Well, thank you, Jim. I appreciate that. I truly appreciate that. I'm kind of excited to experiment that one for sure. Hey, Jim, Drew's got a question for you, sir. Drew says, what's Jim's opinion on telescopic fishing poles? Jim, what's your opinion about telescopic poles? Drew would like to know. Give him a second to chime in on that for you, Drew. Good. I know Jim's watching, but he's probably texting on his phone right now. That's how I get his messages. That's how I know he's doing it. So again, with the weights, Jim says Jim only uses one-piece rods. Only one piece. Hey, William, how are you? Thanks for joining, my good friend, sir. How are you? Glad to have you on board tonight. We are talking a light live tonight where it's an open forum, basically. We're not able to fish, as you know, because you're probably getting wind where I am. Too many joints can go bad, Jim says. And you know what? That's true. That's true. I don't think any poles that I have right now have a single, just a pole by itself. But I tend to agree with Jim on that one, Drew. Too many points of disconnection on the pole can cause things to go bad. I've seen poles break like that. So Not for me per se, but I've seen it happen. So I don't honestly, I don't think I own a single pole. I don't think I own a single piece. Hey, Jim Drew says, cheers, Jim. I was thinking that also. Yep, great minds think alike for sure. Indeed they do. Indeed they do. I don't think I own a single pole. William says, what fishing at the lake by the pavilion? I'm sorry, hang on a second. William says, what fishing at the lake by the pavilion? By the dam, what fishing at the lake? The dam, no fish caught, but caught a duck. You caught a duck? What? My son's named Duck Richard. Laugh out. Oh, your son caught a duck? Did he really? Is that what you're telling me, William? Did William Jr. catch a duck? Hey, it can happen. I'm telling you. It can happen. I remember years ago, right, Drew? I remember years ago when I was casting out onto a lake that I was fishing at, and I literally watched my lure and all the weight and everything go out there in the water, and next thing you know, boom, hit a duck right in the head. I'll never forget it. Like, what are the chances of that? Yeah. Did I catch it? No, but I ended up knocking it in the head, poor guy. Hopefully I didn't hurt him. But yeah. He did. Oh my word. So William Jr. caught a duck. Folks, that's a first for sure. Hey, shout out to William Jr., brother. Hey, tell him that's a good, that's a $1 million shot right there, bro. Tell your son that's a $1 million shot for that one. Roast duck is yum. Indeed it is, Drew. Smoked or roast is very good. Hey, William, next time we see each other, man, you got to have your son tell me that story. William says, our bait caster rods that we have are one piece only. Okay, there you go. So here's another fan of one piece rods. I may have to invest in a couple. I may have to. Like I said, I don't think any rod that I own is a one piece. I need to go back and check, but I don't think they are. I could be wrong. But does sound like time for new rods, maybe. Very well could be. Indeed. Wow. That's awesome, though. So William Jr. caught a duck. Very good. That's always a fun time. Whoop. Better open that back up. That didn't go well. Drew says, so one piece is the way to go then. Drew, it sounds like it. It really does. Like I said, I've never had any issues with mine separating or breaking. But reality is you got a lot of people out there who use one piece. That may be the answer that you're looking for, my good friend. Yes, I know, Mr. Nightbot. I get it. Hey, Drew, you want to see something cool? Check this one out. These are 1 ounce weights. 1 ounce weights, Drew. Look at that bad boy. 1 ounce weights for that one. Pretty cool, huh? Indeed. Pretty cool. You can get a one-piece rod up to 8 feet. Nice. Now, Jim, here's a question. Can they go light, ultralight, or are they medium or heavy, or both? That's a curious question. Hey, Drew, check this one out, brother. An offset, look at that. All the above. Oh, so you can get them all in the above. Nice. Nice. It's good to know that, Jim. Drew says, that's cool how they have the eye mounted into them. Yes, it makes it easier for attachment point, Jim. Or Drew, I'm sorry. It makes it easier for attachment point, indeed. Check that out. Offset there. That's a beautiful hook right there. That's a beautiful hook. William says, I like 2-piece because you can collapse them and put them in small compact areas if you don't have room in your vehicle for a 1-piece rod. That is true too. William, that is absolutely true. That is absolutely a true statement right there. Okay, check this one out, guys. I thought this one was really unique. Now, The best way to describe this unit here would be the swivel trifecta. And I do mean 3. Now, this would be perfect if you want to create a lure setup, as SoCal would call it, the donkey lure. I think that's what he calls it. Yeah, I believe it's called the donkey lure, where you can take. Jim says, I have 8-foot rods I put in the car with me. Jim does. He really does. Folks, I can attest to that. Jim actually does do that. Well, John Jones, don't give up hope, my friend. You will eventually catch one. Thanks for joining, John. I appreciate that. Oh, okay. Whoever got that, thank you. Thank you, Drew. I appreciate that. You must have known something I didn't, sir. I appreciate that. Thanks, Drew. So again, I think this is the one that SoCal had built called the donkey lure. And what it is you take this one. Well, no, hang on. There's a couple of ways you could probably do this. Yes, I bet it could work even this way. Hang on a minute. Let me get some power to that. Hang on a second. My phone's telling me it needs power. Ooh, ow, ooh, ow, ow. I get stiff when I sit up. Ouch, that hurts. I can feel the old bones cracking. Woohoo! All right, let's get some juice to the phone real quick, folks. Now I want to share something with you guys. It's like a 3-way swivel. Exactly, Drew. Okay, I'm going to try something different here. Let me see, yeah. Geez. I'm going to have a backup plan, so I'm going to try something different real quick, all right? Okay, folks, before I do this, I'm going to let you know. I'm going to try, and if you don't have sound, let me know, okay? Because I'm going to be trying something different with that. Drew says, it is for running a trace off the side. Exactly. But there's another way I want to show you, too, that can be done that I learned. So give me a second here, real quick. Okay, can you guys hear me okay? Can you guys still hear me okay? Can I get a thumbs up if you can hear me? Okay, you're good to hear me? Okay, perfect. Awesome. Because again, like I said, if that didn't work, I was going to have to, perfect. Okay, I appreciate that. Because if not, I was going to have to go another route. I have another microphone set up, but good. Okay, we're awesome. We can hear it. Perfect. So with that being said, SoCal actually did something one day I thought was really unique. If you get a chance, you have some of these, Bill, William? These things are awesome. So what I was thinking about is that if you could do something like this, is you could take this to your main line, coming off this piece here to the main line, and then having 2 different line lengths on the other 2 coming down off the other 2 like that, whether one longer than the other. As you're reeling it in, will it give you the effect like this? I'm curious. Or with that being said, taking 2 of, let me see here real quick, or taking 2 of these style of lines, or 3 ways, correct. Hey, Hard to Please, how are you? Thanks for joining. Or taking something like, now this is how I saw it done on SoCal's video. You're going to take 2 of these styles, okay? Instead of the 1 3-way like this, you're going to take 2 of these singles like this, okay? Like this. And one is going to go to your main line, right? And you're going to attach 1 lure to the bottom of this, okay? And then you're going to take a secondary line like this. Before you actually tie this off to your initial line, you want to take a secondary one like this and put it on, but leave it free floating. That way it moves up and down the line. You know what I'm saying? And are you a professional fisherman? Well, glad to hear that. Um, and as when you do that secondary line, it will, as you're reeling it in, it'll cause your baits to go back and forth like this. It's unique how that works. And I believe the first time I ever saw that was on SoCal's channel. Way too complicated? Maybe. Not really though. I mean, it's all about experimentation, right? Whatever attracts the fish. Now here in the state of Arizona, we are allowed to use umbrella jigs. Okay, we're allowed to use them, but the downside is that we cannot have. Well, I'm not quite there yet. I'm not quite there yet. Maybe one day I'll get into fly fishing, but I'm not there yet. We are allowed to legally have the umbrella type of setups, but we can only use no more than 2 or 3 rubber jigs on them by law. We're not allowed to. Now, my curiosity is this though. They already have hooks in them, so I can't see how you can get away with doing more than that. No more than 2 or 3, because I mean, if you could use all 4 or 6 the way it was designed, it'd be like a mini school of fish going, and that would be perfect. That would definitely get the attention of the striper, whatever you're going for. But in our state, you cannot do that. So you're allowed 3 or 2 or 3, which gives a small effective school fish, which I'm okay with, because they still work. But again, with the single one that I was telling you earlier about, was that if you use 2 of these types of swivels, one free floating on the initial line and then putting the secondary one at the end of that initial line, okay, you're going to get the effect of doing this, which gives that ability to think to the other fish, hey, there's a couple of fish out there, let's tag it up. That's what I'm thinking. So again, food for thought. Let me get, what's your guys' thought on that? I think it's a great idea. I really, really do. Fly fishing would be something I would love to get into. I just don't know if I'd have the patience for it right now. I'm not going to lie. I first found out about these 3-way hookups not too long ago. They piqued my interest. I thought, well, maybe I could try something like that. Yeah. Now, check these out. Jig heads. Jig heads. Amazing, amazing jig heads. Okay. Not sure what ounce these are. They might be, and I'm just going to guess because I'm not real knowledgeable when it comes to that. Yeah, right? It sounds like a great idea, right, Drew? These maybe, what do you think, Jim? 3/8 ounce jig head? Maybe a little more, a little less? To where you can add your plastics to it. Okay? You can add your plastics to it. Now, these you could probably get away with using the same type of jig head like this, using a decent plastics like that to create that umbrella effect potentially. Not a bad idea. It may work pretty well. 1/8. Okay, so it's even lighter than I thought. Jim's got a keen eye for weights, man. I'm telling you. 1/8 on this one then. Okay. I says, hey, Jim, what's this? He'll name it right off. So again, nice thing I like about these two is it's got that dimple right there. If you can see that dimple where it can actually attach itself into the actual rubberized lure itself. Awesome. Awesome. I'm starting to get into these a little bit now too on how to do them. Yeah, let me guys, let me show you something real quick. I want to show you a couple of things that was given to me. I have or tried most of them. Oh, you have, Jim? Jim, for those of you who don't know, Jim is a huge lure fisherman. He loves fishing with lures. Sounds good to me. I always wanted to try doing, there you go, donkey rig, that's it. Yeah, hey, you know what, William? I say give it a whirl. It's all about experimentation, right? You don't know unless you try it. 99% of the time, whatever I see on the channel, I'm watching people do, I'm doing it. You never know. It could work well, it could not. You never know until you try. Let me share something with you guys real quick. I want to show you something. For those of you who've actually went out fishing lake or whatever the case may be, and you've been on an area where the water has dropped dramatically, you'll love this idea. You will love this idea. Check these out. Check these out. Beautiful lures, aren't they? They look brand new, yeah? Look at that. Look at that. They look brand new, right? Folks, believe it or not, these things were actually lost and left out on the actual banks of the areas that people have fished, and either they've gotten stuck, hooked, whatever the case may be, and left behind for good. Now, there's a story behind these, so be patient with me, and I'll explain it to you. There is a story behind these. Here's another one. One of my favorite. I think this would be, right? Isn't it true? It's totally awesome looking. Here's another one. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. She's a beauty. 3 treble hooks. She's a diver. She's a wiggler. She's all the above. Okay? Beautiful coloring, yeah? Now, folks, I'm going to tell you something about these lures that I just showed you. These lures were lost and left behind from old anglers who were fishing at some point. That gentleman that I'm talking to via phone, Jim? Yes, indeed. 3 hooks, indeed. Very nice. That gentleman I'm talking to on the phone, Jim, actually found these. He found these and restored them. Restored them to what they are and even painted them different various colors. I'm telling you, folks, you can find old lures like Jim's doing and restoring them. These things are amazing. They still have a lot of life left in them, man. A lot of life left in them. Jim, you have a major talent, my friend. You have a major talent for restoring things like that. This is a beautiful, beautiful lure. Okay? These mean a lot to me. Okay? 1, because they're amazingly looking, and I know they're going to work well. And 2, the creativity that Jim has put into them and the time and the effort to restore them. That means a lot to me. Okay? These will be with me for the rest of my life. I guarantee it. They do. They look amazing. They look amazing. Okay? Now, whenever I'm given anything, I take it personal. I take it personal because it's like, I look at it this way. Somebody had the imagination and the desire and the dream to create or recreate, working on some swim baits I found last week. See, Jim? Thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. There you go. Jim has found swim baits and he's working on them as we speak. Yeah, Tony, they look really nice indeed. And see, Tony says, with those soft baits, you can always put them inside of a tube bait and hide the lead and everything from the fish. Oh, that's not a bad idea, Tony. I'm loving that. Great idea. Yeah, indeed. Great idea. So I want to share something else with you real quick. Give me a second here to get up. Now, again, years ago, I guess maybe it's just me. I don't know. Anytime I'm given anything that I know that somebody has created and put their hard work into it and their dedication to it, it's hard for me to let go. I will use it one way or the other in my fishing repertoire. This item is as basic as it can be. As basic as it can be. You know, I've always told folks on my channel, you don't need to have high dollar equipment. You really don't. Let's see here. What does William say? It says, we found a whopper plopper from the other week and a couple of spinners. Oh, see, there you go. There you go, man. You never know what you're going to find when you're out there fishing. You never know what you're going to find out there when you're fishing. Hey, Jim, was it me and you out there fishing for trout that one night that I found that one spinner type bait? So, oh, wow, what did I do with that? I know it's here somewhere. I'll see if I can find it. Yeah, me and Jim were out there fishing for trout not too long ago. Yes, it was. Okay. We were out fishing for trout one evening, and I actually pulled the trout in, and along with my line and the trout, I actually got a hold of somebody's spinner bait that was done in white. It was amazing. It's reusable.
It's reusable. That's actual fishing gear you don't have to buy. But I always tell people you don't need to have the best equipment or the most expensive. A good one at that. Yeah, you're right, Jim. It was a good one. Indeed, it was. You don't need to have expensive stuff. Now, this was given to me many years ago. It looks like, what is it? But an old gentleman that I met years ago made these. And when I saw what he did with them, I was so impressed with them, I started conversating with him about it. And I was talking to him about it. He says, yeah, I just make them. It just works for me. What this basically is when you have your line casted out, if you notice in my channel, I use a lot of the bells on my hook, on my poles. That way if I hear it, I'll know. This is the silent version of the bell. When you see this thing go up and down, that's when you know you got a bite. I thought that was so cool. I thought that was so cool. So again, you know what? You don't need to have high dollar stuff. Ingenuity is the mother of all creation, as I say, right? Look at that. It's basic. It's probably not too expensive to make. A little bit of red paint with some wiring, mount it in there, boom, done. Or like even William said, or Jim, you know, you can find stuff on the banks of where you're fishing. Pick it up. Pick it up. If it's reusable or salvageable, repair it and use it again. Bring those baits and those lures and all that stuff back to life again. Let's get them back to what they were created for. I think it's amazing how that works out like that. I am a huge fan now, wasn't before, but now I am, of going thrift store shopping. The reason why I say that now is because not too long ago, my wife and I, we were out doing some thrift store shopping, and I came across an old, and I do mean old. I want to share this with you folks. I don't really think I got to share it to you in detail on it, but I want to share it with you. See if I can pull it out of here without damaging it. Now bear with me here, folks. Okay? This fishing rod, believe it or not, is well, I guess it is an antique. Yeah, it would be considered antique. Okay? This rod that I have here is a Shakespeare push button Wonder Cast number 1779. That means this was the 1779 one that they made. Okay? And check this out. Check that out. That, keep hitting the wall there, sorry about that. That is an old rod from the 1970s. Okay? I actually went online and did some research about it, and I was impressed that this is what Shakespeare had made back in the early 70s. Okay? Is it usable? Possibly, if I put work into it, maybe. But you know what though? I wanted to keep it as authentic as I could and use it as a wall piece. It's probably, if I had to guess, height-wise, maybe a little over 5 feet, because I'm 5'8", so maybe about 6 foot rod. Oh, Drew, this thing is gorgeous. I mean, but look at it though. It's got the cork handle on it. It's got, I'm not really sure what this here is for. You know, I'm not sure what that's for. Hey, Memory of Fisherman, thanks for joining. Glad to have you here. Oh, yeah. It would look great on the wall. That's exactly where I keep it, Drew. That's exactly where I keep it. But I was so excited when I found it. Again, it's an enclosed reel system to where your line will come out here. You know? It's an enclosed reel system. Love this thing. Memory of Fisherman, this thing here, 80, 92. Let's see. 80, 90, 2000. Okay. This here is probably about 54 years old. It was made in 1971. The Shakespeare Wonder Cast is what it was called. 1971. My favorite rod? I actually have it on the boat, Drew. It's actually sitting out my boat. But again, folks, when it comes to anything fishing, I get real sentimental about it because the fact is, I have such a love for fishing now that it's unbelievable how much I love fishing stuff now. You know, my dream, I will tell you, My dream is to converting one of my bedrooms in my house into a studio. Um, like this, but more expounded on stuff, you know. Um, I'm gonna have some of my fishing equipment on the walls, some pictures and rods and reels and stuff like that. That is ultimately my goal, to be able to set up my own studio one day in my home for my YouTube channel. And we're gonna, my wife, I want her to have a place too where she wanted to do some stuff, whether it's computer stuff or whatever the case may be, or even like her hobbies or projects that she wants to do. I still want her to be able to have a place to go too. But we've talked about it. We'd like to convert one of the bedrooms that we have in our home into a studio just for the YouTube channel. I think it'd be awesome. I really do. But I mean, anything fishing related, I just get so excited. Oh, Drew, it would be so awesome. It would be so awesome. One thing folks will know about me, I'm a simple kind of a guy, but I do love high tech stuff. But I'll tell you, I have anything that's a relic of fishing or hunting. I'm that guy. I just love antique stuff. I've got one of my dressers in the bedroom that I have that was built in the 1940s, and it was a dresser that had a pull-out section that you could actually write letters on. So I'm pretty excited about. Drew, you know me, my friend. I'm always drinking coffee. How many rods do I own? Drew, that is a good question. You want my honest answer? Not enough. Not enough. I'm always loving to look for new rods. I think as of right now, if memory had to count, I think I have probably about 12 or 15. 12 or 15 or so. But never enough rods in my opinion, because you could just never get enough of them. Everything fishing related, I love. Let me close this door real quick. Getting some refractory light on that night makes it hard to see. There we go. Perfect. Let me show you something else that my wife and my daughter-in-law found for me, which I really got excited about. Again, I'm a huge fan of anything fishing related. They found this at a thrift store. Check that out. Check it out. Isn't that beautiful? Yeah. That is gorgeous. Love this thing. I'm a really fortunate man. Anything and all things fishing, that would be for sure. So, I know, right, Drew? It is amazingly cool. I'm telling you, bro, it doesn't get no better than that. Doesn't get no better than that. Yes, I know, Nightbot. You keep saying that. We get it. I have a couple of things on Nightbot that it should be kicking out. It must be only doing one thing. I may have to go back and recheck that again. I'm just actually glad it's working. I know the last couple of times I wasn't doing much. So yeah, I mean, anything and all things fishing related, I'm all about learning stuff here. In the studio one day, I would like to actually have it set up to where I can have a section of it where I can have a lot of my lures and stuff set up on the wall, an area for fishing rods and poles and stuff like that. Pictures, obviously, and things like that. I think it'd be a great way to, when I'm doing my lives with you guys and we're talking, I can't be out there fishing. I think it'd be a great way to actually get out there and, just correspond with you guys on things. I'm looking across the room that I see an area where I've got a lot of my fishing line, some of my other stuff, and I'm like, man, one day I'd like to have all that stuff where it has its own place, right? Right? Isn't that cool or what, William? Indeed. I don't know. I think this year is when I really got the fishing bug per se. I think what started it was when I was on the lake with my son that night. We were fishing out on the boat, and I got my very first bite. I will tell you honestly, I thought it was a striper. It hit hard. Jay the Lip Snatcher, how are you? Popping in to showing some love. I'm on the river right now. Oh, what river you on tonight, buddy? What river you on tonight? Appreciate you popping in to sing hello. Can't get on any water tonight where I'm at, my friend. We're having high gust winds. It's kind of a bum deal, but I get it. Be safe out there, hey Jay. You definitely want to be safe out there. So, yeah, I mean, I got plans that I would love to see this channel really take off and do some really good things for everybody, including me. You know, I have a passion for this now, and it's like I think in all reality, when I first started the YouTube channel, I wasn't sure where it was going to go or how it was going to work out because I knew nothing about it. I still know nothing about it. I'm ever learning every day when it comes to YouTube. But when I begin to realize how everybody was so, you know, so what's the word, so encouraging and so helpful and helping me learn things about it and things like that, it made it so much worth it. See, I'm on the Mississippi River. I'm bank fishing. If it gets crazy, I'm packing it up. Oh, all right, the Mississippi River. Hey, you know, you guys are gonna pull some big cats out of that bad boy. You know it there, Jay. Gonna catch some big cats out of there. Drew says, you're doing a great job on your channel, brother. Well, thank you, Drew. I do appreciate that. I do appreciate that. You know, my biggest fear is that I don't put content out there that would make you guys stay interested and engaged, and that's something I don't want to do. You know, I always want to make the channel entertaining, even if it's a light live like tonight where we just sit and chat and get to have fun and communicate back and forth. You know, it's always a pleasure, and I always want to have content that will pique your interest because I know how I would be. You know, I'd want my interest to be piqued also. But I appreciate that, I really do. Jay, what are we fishing for tonight, my man? Oh wow! Jay says he caught a 30-pound blue yesterday. So he's back out. Holy cow, a 30-pound blue cat. Man. Jay, was that a catch and release, my friend? Was that a catch and release? Woo! I cannot wait to get a really solid double-digit numbers on my catches. I really can. I really can. I'm looking forward to that. Indeed. I wonder what kind of weather Jay's getting out there if he's got to worry about it. Maybe it's got rain out there where he's at. Yeah, let him go. Very good. Hey, mad respects for that. Jay in the house. Mad respects, man. Good job. Folks, let's give Jay a shout out, man. There we go. Hey, Jay, a shout out to you, brother. Are you fishing in the rain right now, or is it windy and cold? I don't hear much going on outside, but I know it's still windy out there. I can hear it. Yeah, you got it, brother. Anytime. Anytime. James, Jay, is it raining out where you are right now, or is it just real windy? Curious. Folks, hang on a second. I'm going to share something with you. Give me just a second. I'll be right back. See if I can find something out there looking for. Let's see here. I know you're here somewhere. I know you're in here somewhere. All right. Somebody asked me earlier what my favorite poll was. They're all my favorite polls. Honestly, they're all my favorite polls. See, Jay says it stormed earlier, but now it's calm but colder. Okay, so you guys did get some rain. All right, all right. Hey, thanks, Drew. Thanks for subbing up to Jay, man. Appreciate that. Showing some brother some love here. You got it. Appreciate that. So the question was asked to me earlier, what was my favorite poll? Honestly, I have a lot of favorite ones. Is there one that I specifically am fond of, though? Yeah, no problem, Jay. No problem, brother. You be safe out there, man. There's probably one poll that I am pretty fond of, though, that I probably, when I first started fishing out here, I used it quite a bit and then kind of put it to the side. I still will take it periodically out with me. This would be the one that I had for some time. It's my Daiwa, I believe it is. I believe it's my Daiwa. Yeah. Let's see here. Yeah, I believe it is my Daiwa. The one that lost, it's the one that I almost lost in the river. This is probably still one of my favorites. It is probably, if I had to say, maybe light to medium line set on it. It's got a small reel on it. I believe I cast this one out with maybe 10 pound, maybe 15 at the most on it, but probably not. Let's see, what did I turn on? Yeah, it's my Daiwa bait caster. No, it's a pro caster. There we go. See, where's the, there we go. Oh, okay. Yeah, up to 14 pounds. So normally I probably have, yeah, Daiwa's a pretty decent brand. It really is. Oh, they are. They are indeed, Drew. Totally a lot of fun. This was the same exact pole as I shared with you not too long ago in my video even, where this one went into the river. I almost didn't get it back. Almost didn't get it back. I brought it back from the brink of death, as I say. And yeah, this one's probably been with me 20 plus years. 20 plus years. It was personalized to me directly from the North American Fishing Club. It does have my name on it. If you can see that or not, I'm not sure. You may not be able to. The lighting in here is not the greatest. I do apologize. But again, I don't even know if that company's even around anymore. Yeah, it's not a bad pull, Drew. It isn't. It is not a bad pull. Now, the lure on this thing was a gift from Jim. And to save my life, I can't remember what it was. But I know it's got a lot of realistic action to it. And it works well. Yeah, very flexible indeed. Very flexible indeed. And he also gave me the treble hook savers. So, nice polo. I probably don't use it as much as I used to because I'm more out there now with the Berkley and my Shakespeare Tiger. Again, I'm a huge fan of Shakespeare, as you all know. I think I only own one Berkley and one Daiwa. Every other pole that I own is going to be a Shakespeare. Bottom line, hands down, going to be Shakespeare. So, for the most part, though, I mean, yeah, I don't know if I really have any favorites except for the ones I use the majority of them. I tend to have a flexibility of switching stuff up. See, Drew says, what are those white poles that you use? Are the ones in my lives? The white poles that I use? Very good question. I can answer that one right off for you. The one that has the red reel on it, that has the multi-drag system on it, as I think they call it a bait glide system. That is a Berkley Heavy. That one can hold up to 30-pound line on it. The thing I like about that reel, oh, you know what? Hang on. I might be able to show you the box. Give me a second. Give me a second. Let's see here. I know I have it. I know I have it. I know I have it. Here we go. Here we go. Now the reel that I use on that one, the Berkley pole, it's a company called, I might end up destroying the name, I'm sorry. There we go. This was bought on Amazon for, I think, about $45. $45 or so. And it's a great pole. I'm sorry, a great reel. See here if I can open it up and see what it shows you. It's actually connected to my pole outside. Hey, Jackson, how are you? Well, thank you, my friend. I do appreciate that. It's a great reel. One of my favorites. Yes, very smooth. Very smooth, Drew. It comes with 2 housing units. It comes with the secondary black one and a red one that came with it. I mean, it's an amazing, amazing reel. Love that thing. It is, let's see, I'm still learning a lot about what it says. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were. I'm sorry. Hey, Fishy Things, how are you? Gotcha. You know what? What it was at first I caught was fishy. I'm so sorry, my friend. I do apologize. But thank you for joining, my friend. I appreciate that. Whoops, I had a senior moment there. It's the third time today? Really? Somebody called you that? I am so sorry. Yeah, I immediately see fishing and automatically draws me back to you. I do apologize. So again, this one here is here it says you could do 16-pound line at 220 yards. You could do an 18-pound line at 190 yards and a 20-pound line at 160 yards. Okay, the gear ratio on this thing is a 4.7 to 1 ratio. A 4.7 to 1 ratio on that thing. Oh, brother, I'm sorry. Well, you know what? Hey, welcome, man. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. I'll try not to make that mistake again. I don't want to be disrespectful because I do have a gentleman who actually follows my channel that I thought it was Jackson. I do apologize. So again, a couple of actual reel sets on that, which I think are amazing. Well, I appreciate that. Thanks, man. A great, great reel. Folks, I cannot tell you enough that if you have an opportunity to try one, hey, Cody, how are you? Glad to have you on here tonight, sir. If you have an opportunity to try it, I recommend it. Trying to get a really good picture of this, but they're not really giving me much other than what the box has on it. But you know what? Reality is that it's an incredible, incredible pole. Or I'm sorry, reel. You will not be disappointed. So check it out, man. It's an incredible pole. Or reel. I'm gonna say that a fourth time, ain't I? So you have your primary drag here, and then your secondary lever drag here, which is really awesome. The nice thing about that is you can, once you cast that out there, you can actually take it and then get it set up. And then when you finally have it in that sweet spot that you want, you click up that secondary drag, and as the fish bites it, well, hey, Fishy Things, thank you so much for the 100. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. It means a lot. All right, Fishy Things, 100 cent. Much appreciated, man. Everybody just give Fishy Things a shout out for me. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Once you set that secondary drag, yes, it is a bait runner reel. Indeed. And I always call it a bait reel. It's a bait runner. That's what it is. Folks, I'm telling you, I still am learning so much about this fishing stuff. And it's just amazingly blowing my mind how much I'm learning, how much I tend to forget. But I mean, I know how to work it, and it works in my favor. The very first time that I actually had that thing take a hit, and I set that secondary drag to where when the fish bites it and it drug it, all I heard was zzz. And that's when I knew, all right, I've got a bite. We're good. Let's run it. And I ended up picking that thing up. As soon as I picked it up and started cranking it up, it disengaged the secondary and went right to the primary. It was great. Love that thing. First time I ever saw this type of reel was at Lake Havasu when I was fishing out there. I saw a local fisherman out there using it, and it intrigued me. And I started talking to him about it, and he was giving me all the specs and all that, which at that point I'm like, what? I'm not gonna lie, I still have a lot to learn about it, but I'm telling you, man, to me it's been good for me. Okay, it may not be for everybody, but to me it's been good. So check it out, man. Amazon. They come in 3 various sizes. Okay, 3 various sizes on these. You have your deep big ones, your medium size, which I have, and then your smaller ones. Definitely a game changer. I love that thing. Let's see here. And for those of you who were wanting to know earlier about this new chest mount that I have for my phone, this is something else that I recently purchased for the channel. Hey, Whitney, how are you? Thanks for joining tonight. Glad to have you on board. This is a secondary unit that I bought now that's going to help me to get more live action out there on my iPhone. This one here, let's see here. Let me check it out real quick, Solo. According to this, it was designed for carp fishing. It looks like it's a 6,000. It looks like it's a 6,000. Hey, Deborah Pott, welcome back. Glad to have you here. Thanks for joining this evening. Yeah, it looks like it's a 6,000. It says, I can't say the name because I'll end up destroying it. I guarantee you I will. But carp fishing reel. Definitely going with that one. Folks, let me adjust the lighting in here real quick. Need to get something better. There we go. Brighten it up a little bit. There we go. Now y'all can see me. Woo! There we go. Yeah, so I mean, there's 3 various sizes. If you want to check them out, solo, I actually found it on Amazon, and it was really inexpensive for the one that I wanted. So, yeah, I was pretty happy about it. A lot of people are getting stuff off Temu. I don't know too much about Temu. I don't buy anything really off of Temu when it comes to fishing stuff. I primarily hit Amazon. I don't even really hit eBay much anymore. Amazon's like my go-to for everything that I have, you know. And being a Prime member makes it a little bit nicer because I can get it within a day or so. Oh, absolutely, absolutely. That thing I was showing you guys earlier for my Starlink Mini, I ordered that yesterday. It was like in the mailbox, boom, today. That's one of the benefits of being on Prime. It has its benefits, believe it or not. I don't always think the price is nice to pay yearly for it, but hey, it is what it is, right? It is what it is. Whitney in the house, thank you for joining. You got it. Appreciate you all being here tonight. So again, I mean, you know, I'm always up for looking at stuff. There's a local store that we have here called Cal Ranch. And it's not bad. It does a lot of stuff. I mean, it's not strictly a outdoor store per se. Cal Ranch out here where we live at is basically a farming store, a tool store, a camping store, a fishing store, a hunting store, a clothing wear store. I mean, it's all in one. I mean, it does pretty well for what it's got in it for the most part. But when it comes to their fishing selection, they're great on plastics. Like Jim was telling me, he shops there a lot, and he says they're great on their plastics. But when it comes to other stuff, not so much so. You know, I think I'll probably end up having to take a drive an hour and a half, west of me to go to the actual Bass Pro Shop. So, yeah, I mean, I wish that they would build a Bass Pro Shop here where I live, but I don't see it foreseeing anytime in the future. It would be great because the last time I was close to a Bass Pro Shop was in the state that I lived in. I was literally probably about 40 minutes away from it. And I'm telling you, I could get lost in that store for hours and hours and hours. I even told my wife at one time I'd love to get a job there. I'd probably come home broke knowing me, though. I'd spend all my stuff on Bass Pro Shop. My old home that we had where I lived at, we converted our home into a cabin, and everything that was in that home of mine was from the Bass Pro Shop. We're talking about lamps, we're talking about comforters, pillows, towels, dishware, everything and anything we had in my house was from the Bass Pro Shop, because we literally had my house look like a cabin, and it was amazing. We lived at the foothills at the base of a big mountain where we were at in the neighborhood. Hey, the Cycling, how are you? Thanks for joining tonight. Appreciate you being here, sir. Glad to have you on board. Hopefully you're doing well. So, see, Solar says, Tim, you'd have all the new items that come out. Yeah, you're right. I would. And I would be broke. Oh, I would be broke. There's a nice bass shop in Havasu. Are you talking about that bass? Are you talking about that tackle shop there, William? Well, I'm glad you're doing good, Cycling. Glad to hear that. Always good to hear that. Yeah, I tell you, I would definitely be broke if I worked at the Bass Pro Shop. My wife would be like, "Where's the money?" I spent it. Yeah, out here where we live, we don't have to worry about the casino. Bass Pro Shop's my nemesis. Yeah, I wish we had one closer though. Yeah, William says, yeah, I think so. It's by the hat, yeah, it is. It's yep, you're exactly right. I would go broke. I would probably go broke. And thank goodness that my wife has the same taste when it comes to outdoors and things like that. Literally, our old home was literally, we had bought it some time ago. And Bass Tackle Masters. There you go. Bass Tackle Masters. Thank you, Jim. That's one you're talking about in Havasu, Jim or William. Yes. It's by the Habit, yeah. You know, by the way, the Habit's got some good food. I haven't eaten in quite a while, but it's got some good food. Um, but anyway, yeah, my old house, when we bought that years ago, we had converted it from a 1970s look, and I do mean look, and converted it into an indoor cabin. See, William says I used my son as an excuse to get another fishing rod because if he gets one, I get to have one. Hey, I like that idea. Oh, you know what? You gave me a great idea, William. You gave me a great idea. If my wife's watching this, I may not want to say this. I need to buy my grandchildren a new fishing rod. I really do. I really do, honestly. See, Solo is, whoa, hang on a second here. Solo says, I used my, oh, there you go. You did say that, William. Gotcha. Whitney says, Solo, I couldn't see your comment. It disappeared as fast as it did. All I saw was Whitney. I think he was saying hello, Whitney, if memory serves me right. But yeah, I really would like to get my grandkids into fishing. My granddaughter, I think, would be a natural at it. My grandson, he can catch. I'll tell you, that boy can catch. That boy can catch. Yeah, right? William, I'm taking your idea up on that one for sure, my friend. The grandkids need one? Yeah, I need one too. I took my grandson out fishing a couple of times, and he's done pretty good. He's done well. It's comical, though, because it's like as soon as he gets that fish, can we go home now? We're like, what? No, you can't go home. We just started fishing, buddy. But my granddaughter, I took her out, and yeah, she actually took to it real well. She took to it real well. So, yeah, I think it'd be time for their papa to buy them new fishing poles. And they can keep them here that way when they come over and we go fishing, they got. That's the way to do it. That's the way to do it. Yeah, there ain't nothing like fishing. You know what I'm saying? There is nothing like fishing. It just puts you in a different mindset. No matter what you may be dealing with that day, if you're out on the water, whether it's a boat or on the bank, it all fades away. That's all that matters. All you're thinking about is what am I going to catch next? Or how am I going to get that fish's attention to get them to bite that lure or that bait? One way or the other. And the cool thing about fishing too is that you get to be creative. You get to be creative. I mean, wow, I'm just so thankful that we live where we live, that I'm close to a lake and I'm close to a river and things like that. I'm real blessed and fortunate to be able to do that. I think right now we are literally in the beginning of I think we are right now as we speak even. Um, we are in the middle of, if not the beginning stages of pre-spawn season right now for bass. I think the bass are starting to hit hard. That's why it's important for me to get out there on that water if I can. I just need to get a battery for the boat, and then we're up on the water. The phase, from what I understand, there's 3 phases to the pre-spawn. The first phase is that they are hungry. They want to eat. They want to eat. See, Memory of Fisherman says, fishing teaches me the importance of patience. 100% agree on that one. 100% agree on that one, Memory of Fisherman. Indeed it does. Indeed it does. I can remember years ago. Now, I'm going to tell you something about me that I normally don't share with people, but I 100% agree with you on how fishing can change and teach you things. Years ago, when I was a lot younger and a lot stupider, I guess would be the word for it, I got so impatient that I went to a local lake, a private lake, which we would call Fisherman's Retreat, where I lived at. And I was on that lake for 4.5 hours on the bank trying to fish. Not one bite. Not one bite. Not one iota of a nibble. And I went out and bought new gear, new poles, everything. Okay? Now, please don't think bad of me. Okay? But I'm going to be legitimately honest with you. By the time that 4.5 hour came up, I was not happy. I just said, there ain't no fish in this thing. I took everything I had and just threw it all in the lake and walked out. I had had enough. That probably wasn't the brightest thing to do, but I'm telling you, man, I'm keeping it real. That was me at one point, to where if it didn't work, I got angry about it. Now, years and years and years later, much older, much wiser, who cares? I'm on their time. They'll bite when they're ready, you know? I've learned, it took me a long time to learn that. So a lot of truth to that, Memory of Fisherman. It teaches you patience. It teaches you to respect and learn and just chill. 100% agree with that. That's some good advice. That's some good advice, Memory of Fisherman. Some great advice. But I tell you, I wish I could say I've always been that nice guy that I was, but no, I was very impatient. And you know, even back then in the career that I had, you know, a lot of you know my career history. I was very type A personality, and I was like, let's get it done, get to the point, let's get it done. I don't want the excuses. Let's just go. Fishing has taught me to chill out and mellow out, and it's okay. It's quite all right. It's very therapeutic and very rewarding when you catch, and very, very exciting when you can learn to do different techniques. You know, um, just out there to have a good time. Not going to make $1 million. It's okay. You're out there having a good time, right? That's what it's all about. For if there's anybody on here tonight that's brand new to fishing or just getting into it for the first time, which probably not, but if you're here watching, the best advice I could give you from one fisherman to another, or fisher lady to another, man, I should say, um, just be diligent with it and be patient with it. It's all about learning. There is no wrong way to learn it, and unless you're not doing it. That's one thing I can tell you for sure, is if you're not fishing, then you're not learning it. But again, there is really no wrong way. I'm learning every day of my life on what works and what don't work. And I learn a lot from you fine folks here on the channel. You know, my good friend Jim, who I fish with quite a bit, you know, he's taught me so much. And in turn, what I've learned, I want to share with you guys and share the experience of how it's done for me. You see, Drew says, might go for a fish down the road tonight. All right, Drew. Well, my friend, if you do go, you be safe out there, brother. You do. You be out there. Hey, Drew, just a quick question, if I may. Any chance of you ever doing any videos, buddy? You don't necessarily maybe have to do lives, but any chance you doing any videos? I'm curious. I know you got one or two that you put up, but I was just a thought. And you say no, I'm totally respectful of that. But yeah, I mean, fishing has taught me a lot, and I'm real thankful for that. I'm looking over on my dresser. I see a couple of fishing reels that I have that I've used in my past, and yeah, it brings back a lot of memories. Oh, I remember that reel. Drew says, I want to go live, but YouTube doesn't recognize my number for some reason. Really? Interesting. Oh, gotcha. Well, Drew, and like I said, you do what you want to do, brother, and I totally respect what you got going on. But if you maybe want to try and reach out to YouTube to see what's going on, and if you don't, that's totally cool. I respect that. No pressure. I promise. I just thought it would be kind of cool to have you do some lives. I think that'd be kind of awesome. You know, I would definitely support that for 100% for sure. No matter what you put out there, brother, I'll support you no matter what, though. You know I got your back, my man. You know I got your back. So, but yeah. Like I said, I look at some of the stuff I got on, I'm like, oh, I remember that, Rod. I remember that. It's very cool. Very cool. So, I'm always looking to see what could be. Well, I appreciate you too, Drew. You got it, my man. For sure. You got it. I'm always curious to see what kind of new stuff they're coming out with in the fishing industry. Oh, yeah. Just all kinds of new stuff that's coming out all the time. And again, it can be as basic as it needs to be. It doesn't need to be high dollar stuff. It really doesn't. No sense in being high dollar stuff and spending a bajillion dollars when you don't need to, right? It's all about getting out there and having fun and enjoying the experience. That's my logic of it all. So, see else. Anybody have any questions for me? I don't want to be taking the whole show up. Anybody have any really good questions that I can answer for you? And if it's one I don't want to answer, I'll be politely honest with you and tell you I don't want to answer that one. But I mean, if it's anything other than personal, yeah, we're good. Anybody have any questions? Let me know. Love to hear from you. Oh, Drew, very good question. When am I going to go, Drew? When am I going to go fishing again? Hey, Finding Joy, how are you? Oh, there you go. Hang on a second, Drew. I'll answer that question. Joy says, perhaps you go to your settings, add additional email for protection, and then add a new number to be able to have to get verified. That may work, Drew. There you go, Drew. Try that, buddy. Joy, thank you for joining. I appreciate that. Glad to have you on board here. Now, Drew asked me, when was I going to be going fishing again? Depending on the weather out here, my friend. Depending on the weather. Cody, you bet. Cody says, I'm heading out catfishing tomorrow. First time going out this year. All right. All right, Cody. Let's get that skunk off, brother. Get that fish on the hook. Get that skunk off. First fish for 2026. You're amazing. Thank you. I appreciate that. Good luck tomorrow for sure. Good luck, Cody. You bet. Fingers crossed for sure. Cody, you're going to land a big one tonight, brother. Yeah, there you go. You got this, man. You're going to land a big one, Cody. Hey, let us know when we come back live again, Cody, how it went for you, buddy. You got it. You got it. Let us know how it went for you. Drew, to your question, it all depends on how the weather is tomorrow. We're still expecting some winds, but hopefully not so much tomorrow night. It all depends. If I do go live tomorrow out fishing, for sure, it's going to be a little earlier in the evening. They did change my schedule at work for my hours to go in. So I go in about an hour earlier now. And I'll be getting off an hour earlier, which is good. But yeah, I'll be up probably around 3:15, 3:30 in the morning to head into work and then go out from there. So we'll see. It is not off the table as long as the weather permits. It is good. The river's been high lately. They've been running us here at 3 units, which I'm pretty excited about. Let's see, just got done making my punch bait. So hopefully the hard work pays off. It will, Cody. It will. Are you doing punch bait? Were you talking like strawberry punch bait, like your back bait and stuff? Or are you doing something different, my friend? Yeah, no problem, Drew. No problem. Like I said, if I go live, it all depends on the weather tomorrow. That's right, because tomorrow will be Monday for you. That's correct. I forget you guys are a day ahead of us. For some states here in the United States, they're going to be setting their clocks forward, I believe, for daylight savings time. Arizona, we're not affected by that time change. We are set no matter what we are. So I'm kind of liking that. It always got confusing for me when I had to set my clock back or set it forward. I never liked it. Here in Arizona, we don't have to worry about all that nonsense. It's great. So again, like I said, it all depends on the weather. Any other questions? It's 2:24 p.m. Sunday here. Oh, so it's 2:24 in the afternoon. Nice. And we are 6:24 here on a Saturday night. Wow, okay, cool. Let's see, Cody says, our weather here is awful. It's had EF3 and EF4. What? Come through a town over last night, and it's a chicken liver punch bait. Gotcha. Well, Cody, hopefully everybody was safe that had to go through that. Living in Texas, I understand what tornadoes are about. Not a fan of them. They're dangerous and scary as all get out. So be safe out there, because I know the area that you're living in the Mississippi area, it gets to be rough. I get that. Indeed. Let's see here. I'm looking to buy a new rod for catfish next week at Walmart. Hey, Memory Fisherman, awesome. They've got them out there, my friend. They've got them out there. Walmart's got some killer deals going on right now too, so be sure to check them out. Check them out for sure. They've been hitting blowing out a lot of stuff discount-wise. Now I'm looking at Nightbot here, give the same message over, and I know there's more than just that one. So I'm like wondering why. I know it's more than one. I've got them set up for quite a few, but yet that same one seems to pop up. So again, it's probably Nightbot being Nightbot. Let's see, I'm up in Michigan and just picked up a cat rod from Walmart yesterday. Nice, nice. Oh, so you're up in Michigan. I thought you were in Mississippi. I'm sorry. Maybe I was talking to somebody earlier that was from Mississippi, fishing off the Mississippi River. Got you. What part of Michigan, if you don't mind me asking? If you don't want to share, that's fine. I understand. No, not required. Just making conversation. I bet you're fishing off one of the Great Lakes up there, huh, Cody? Oh, Niles. Okay. I got you. I got you. Years and years and years and years ago, I was in a little town in Michigan called Owasso, Michigan. Have you ever heard of it? It's a little town just not too far out of Lansing, I believe it was. Beautiful little town. Gorgeous up there. I still remember they had, guys used to have little fireflies at night. Oh, you're a river guy. Okay. No, mad respects. You're kind of like me. I got the best of both worlds, but 90% of the time, I'm on the river. I understand that. You kayak fish out there, or bank fish, Cody? Because I have the privilege of doing both out here, which is kind of cool. I'm familiar with Lansing. I used to work up there. Oh, okay, perfect, nice. Then you know what I'm talking about. They still get fireflies over there in Michigan at night where you guys are during the summertime. That's one thing I loved about Michigan was, unfortunately, you don't see a lot of fireflies anymore. Oh, you bankfish? Okay, yeah, I can relate to that. I do it all the time out here. Once the boat's up and running, though, I'm going to be hitting the water for sure. Oh yeah, I love fireflies. To me, that's just so magical about that. Just as it's starting to get real dark, you see these little fireflies lighting up everything. Folks, one thing you'll learn about me, I can be very nostalgic. I'm just that kind of a guy. I guess that's one of the benefits of having a grandmother raise you, that I'm very old school minded. I think like a person probably in my 70s sometimes. I know, that's just me. I still watch old time television, old time radio. I love all that stuff. That's just me. Yeah, I wish we had him out here, but unfortunately we do not. But I do remember him as a kid, though. Indeed, I do. You know, it's kind of, I think it stands to reason because I remember years ago, and I do mean years ago, when my grandmother was still alive, that, let's see here. My grandma raised me, and my wife calls me an old man too. Yeah, there you go, Cody. All right, another one in the house. I understand that. My grandmother did raise me. You're right. Yep, I totally get it. I think that may be why I have some of the outdoors uh, in me, because of the fact is that my grandmother was a deer hunter. Right, Drew? Yeah, my grandmother was a deer hunter. She used to hunt in um gosh, where was it? New York State. She hunted deer up there. When I found out that she hunted deer, I was surprised. I'm like, Grandma hunted deer, really? Yeah, my grandmother, man, she was awesome. That woman knew how to throw down deer. Obviously, she was good. I did, honestly, I was shocked when I found out she was a deer hunter. Woo. Of course, back then, you had to put meat on the table any way you could. Obviously, it was before my time. It was probably when my mom was a little girl that she did it. But yeah, I was really surprised to find out that my grandmother was an actual deer hunter out there. That made me feel kind of cool. I'm like, yeah, yeah. I don't think anybody in my family, honestly, folks, I don't think anybody, even my siblings, hunted. I really don't. So I'm real lucky that I got that bug. I owe a lot of this to my wife, who got me into it. My wife's family was big into hunting and fishing, and I always wanted to do it, but never got to as a kid growing up. And when I finally met my wife, her family and her got me into it. So I've been hooked ever since. It's a great, great way of just putting food on the table, enjoying it. I think my wife calls me an old man too, Cody. I really do. What's for dinner? Venison, elk. Let's see, fish. What? If you're legitimately asking me that question, Drew, my wife and I, we had In-N-Out hamburgers out here, so we're good. We're good for now, anyway. Hey, Mike, welcome back, buddy. See, Mike says, Tim, I think I will have a small group fishing with us when we go live. Hey, fair enough. The more the merrier. The more the merrier, indeed. It's going to be a colossal night. Folks, just so you know, Mike is going to be setting up a date and time that we are going to do a collaboration together. Arizona versus New Orleans, or Louisiana, I should say. And we're going to do a fishing challenge. Last challenge that we did, we both got skunked, but it was a fun time indeed. And we're going to see what we can get next on this next challenge. Let's see, Cheer Brother says, yeah, that's right. You told me that earlier. My old brain forgot. No, it's all good, my friend. I'm the same way. I am the same way. Not a problem. So we're going to be doing a new challenge. Whatever Drew wants to get the date and stuff like that, we will definitely be posting that out there to see what we can come up with. Sometimes challenges are good. Sometimes you get skunked. You never know. I think what we do last time, Drew, was it gummy worms? Yeah, I think we ate more of them than we used for fish. I think this time we're talking about doing small marshmallows, orange peels, and a couple of other ones. No, I don't think I do, my friend, but thank you. Let's see here. Gummy worms. Gummy worms are nice. Yeah, they're good. You know what? We didn't even get a nibble. I don't know. Mike, did you end up getting a nibble? Because I know I didn't. I know I got nothing that night. But it was great hanging out for sure, though. Made great entertainment. Yeah, folks, Mike Fishing with Ferg will be hosting that one for that night. I did the last one, so this time he'll be him hosting it. So I know we're talking about, let's see, marshmallows, orange peels, and I think he said something else, but I don't recall. Well, thank you, True Brother. I appreciate that. I am a huge fishing cup coffee guy. There's this one. I'd rather be fishing. Love it. Let's see, Drew says, I agree, Drew. Didn't get a bite, but I ate the whole bag of gummy worms. And he did, Drew. He did. There's that one. Let me show you another one, Drew Brother. Let me show you real quick. Oh, ouch, ouch, ouch. It hurts getting up sometimes. Here we go. Here's another one. Another one. I love my fishing cups, indeed. This one, I think, came from the Bass Pro Shop, if memory serves me right. Yep. Okay, so we're going to be using marshmallows, orange peel, and regular bait. All right. All right, sounds good. The Cycling, how are you? Thanks for joining tonight. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate you being here on the channel tonight. Jim, I'll look at those pictures when I get a chance, my good friend. Thank you. Well, thank you, Cheer Brother. Yeah, like I said, anything fishing, I'm that guy. Oh, I got to show you something else real quick that my friend at work gave me. Thought this was kind of cool. It's even numbered, which I thought was kind of awesome. They made X amount of them, and I got one. A miniature rod and reel, aka lighter. AKA lighter. Love this thing. Look at that. It's pretty dope, isn't it? Pretty dope. Now you fill it in here, you fill it up there, and it's got the clicker on it. Yeah. Hang on a second. Ah, there we go. There you go. Yeah, it's a pretty big cup. You're right. Yep. It was given to me by a friend of mine at work. It's a bait caster. I've been wanting to get an actual bait caster for real too. So you never know. This one is a bait caster fishing pole. It is number. Now, according to them, they made 1 million of these. Right? It's wicked, isn't it? According to them, they made 1 million of these. No, I don't know. But that's what it says on the numbers. I think, I'm not sure. Here, I'll let you all read it. Can you read that? There we go. Now it says 1 million, but at the actual number it says 1,110,505. So they must have made quite a bit of them. But yeah, like I said, anything I get collectible wise, I keep. I'm a nut for that kind of stuff. I really love this kind of stuff. Here, one more thing I'm going to show you. I have friends that I collect stuff that they give me all the time, especially if it's fishing related. Now, I had another friend at work that gave me this, which I thought was kind of cool. Okay? It's a belt buckle. A belt buckle. Kiss my bass. It's a belt buckle. That was given to me too from a friend at work. I love stuff like this. Anything fishing or hunting related, I will collect. And all these awesome things that I have that I've been collecting, they're going to go in my studio once we get that up and running. So it's going to be pretty exciting to see all that happen. Let me bring this phone down a little bit. Oh, there we go. There we go. Now I can see. Right? Isn't that funny? That is so hilarious, right? Yeah. So I'm real fortunate, you know. Yeah, I mean, anything that, you know, I get gifted, man, I treasure it. I really do. I treasure it. Because, it, you know, like I said, especially if it's been handmade or something like that, you know, it just, to me, I really like to, you know, embrace the fact that somebody took the time to create it and things like that. and they put their hard work and effort into it. And it just means a lot to me. So I try not to let anything go that I don't need to. I don't know if I would call myself a hoarder per se, but I guess maybe I am in some sense. You never know. I don't know. Anybody else have that problem with collecting stuff that you don't want to get rid of? Because I'm that guy. My wife will tell you that. I remember she told me one time when she walked into what I call my man closet. She says, "When did you get all this stuff?" And I go, "Oh, I've had it for years." And she goes, "I don't remember." And I go, "Well, yeah, you do. You just don't." But I mean, I try to be upfront with my wife on everything. If I get something, there was a time though. I will tell you, there was a time that I would just get it because I knew I wanted it, and I'd have to explain it to. Well, yeah. Now it's just like, hey, I would like to get this. Are you okay with it? Any questions anybody has? Let's see here. Cheer Brother says, I used to have a problem collecting speakers and stereos. That's not a problem, Cheer Brother. Wow. Yeah. So what was your best stereo? And was it an audio unit or a home unit? Back in the day, I used to have a Pioneer system. A Pioneer with Technique speakers. Or a Pioneer system in my vehicle with 6x9 speakers and woofers with a bass. Boy, that's old school right there. Dang. Yeah, I remember that. I had a 1968 Ford Torino Fastback. It was powder blue, baby blue. I remember that. That was technically the very first car that I ever bought and outright. Yeah, it was. It had a 689 motor in it. You see here, Cheer Brother says, I had an old Pioneer from the 90s. It's still going. Indeed. Indeed. Pioneers are great stereo systems. They are great, whether they're car or home units. They were really, really good stereo systems back in the day, and they still are. There was another system. I think they made speakers, but I could be wrong. Or they only did speakers. I can't remember. With Wharfdale speakers. Okay, I got you. Yeah. Oh my gosh, I just went whoop, brain scan right there. There was a company that used to make audio stuff that were high dollar equipment. Speakers were outrageously priced, but they were so good. I like Pioneer. Their older stuff was way more solid. Oh, indeed. I think anything made back in the earlier days is going to be a lot more solid than what they are now. You know? I mean, we live in such a world and a society now where everything is disposable. Cars aren't built like they used to be, you know? Vehicles don't last as long as they used to be. I think a lot of times they might be designed to break down at a certain point. Either you have to piece them back together or you end up buying a new one. I do miss the days of the old carburetors and the muscle cars. I do miss those, and the trucks. They were great. They were phenomenal. They were designed to last and last long. You know? It's funny because a lot of times I'll watch on YouTube, I'll watch these old outdoor channels from like back in the 40s and the 50s and the 60s. And it just blows my mind on how inventive and creative we become and how far we've come with fishing gear, boats, and all that kind of stuff. It's just amazing. You still drive a car from the 90s? Nothing wrong with that, brother. Nothing wrong with that at all. Indeed. Still got the carburetor, right? The kind that you could tear apart, rebuild, and put back together the same day? Amazing. Nowadays, man, if you have a car breakdown, oh boy, that's going to cost a ton of money. Everything's all digital, electronic now. If one thing goes out, the whole car goes down. Whew. Progress is good, but sometimes I don't know if it's conducive. I really don't. I'm still old school about a lot of stuff. I'm a firm believer that if it ain't broke, we don't need to reinvent it. Not saying that modern technology isn't good. I'm not saying that. It's just that sometimes I think we grow way too fast. Way too fast. Let's keep things simple like it used to be. To me, I'm not opposed to writing a letter and mailing it. Of course, I gotta tell you though, my pickup truck, I bought it in 2006. Old school is the best school. Indeed, sure, brother. Indeed. I bought my 2500 Silverado back in 2006. It had 9 miles on it. 9. I still have it to this day. It is now officially 20 years old this month, and it just barely turned 137,000 miles on it. So I guess I didn't drive it much, did I? 20 years old, 137,000 miles on it. I guess after 20 years, don't they consider vehicles a collector's item at that point? Could be wrong. Don't know. I thought I heard that at one point, though. But like I said, man, watching those videos of the old outdoor shows, man, it intrigued me. If you ever get a chance, oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate it, man. It's been a real good truck to me. It's been a real good truck to me. It really impressed me on some of the old boats that came out way back when, and how much we've advanced since then. Even back then, they were top of the line coming out like that. Hope my car's still running after 20 years. Well, I'll tell you what, they say as long as you change that oil out faithfully and you take care of all the things that need to be, they'll last you a while. So that's my logic anyway. I mean, I can tend to be kind of abusive on my vehicle. It's a truck, I get it. But the reality is I still try to keep that oil change religiously and everything else. That way it doesn't break down. And here's the thing. Even if the motor was to go down, it would be cheaper for me to put a new motor in it than it would be for me to buy a brand new vehicle. What, a new motor may be what, $6,000, $7,000 versus $35,000 for a new truck? No, I'm not doing that. I am not doing that. You've owned yours for 10 years? Nice. 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 A lot to be said about those old cars, though, you know. Anything old school has a lot to be said. They were built better and they lasted a lot longer. And they were reliable, you know. And I'm not against modern technology. I'm not against modernizing things. But I think some things should be just left alone at some point, you know. And see, William says, I just got a 1998 Toyota 4Runner with 380,000 miles. There you go. And that's what I'm talking about, William. You know, and again, as long as you maintain them and oil change them in the way they're supposed to and keep the brakes and everything good, they'll last a long time. You know, back in the day, they say diesel was the one that would last forever, but Toyotas, they do run forever. My wife has a 2015 RAV4, and I don't think she's hit 90,000 miles yet. I don't even think she's hit that yet. And again, you know, I try to keep everything maintained and properly the way it's supposed to be. They run great. They really do run good. No complaints on that. You know, it's like even like our outboard motors and stuff for the boat motors, Mercury outboards and all that. As long as we maintain them, they'll run. Yeah, they're going to be maintenance and wear and tear on them, but the reality is we maintain them, they run. I'll tell you, that was a valuable lesson for me, big time valuable lesson when my motor went down. It scared me to death. Hey, SoCal, welcome on board tonight, my friend. Not much. We're calling this a light live tonight. A light live. We are talking about anything and everything. I can't be out there fishing today because the winds are too darn hard out there. We're hitting 25 to 30 mile winds with gusts up to 45 sometimes. So no fishing tonight. Toyota has sorts, let's see here. Sure Brother says Toyotas or sort of after trucks over here. Oh, really? Okay, I got you. SoCal, how you doing, buddy? Hey, by the way, great fishing that night. I caught your live as you're about maybe halfway to the end of it. Did you end up catching anything other than that one that I saw? SoCal? I think I drank too much coffee. I'm getting warm. Yeah, winds is insane here too. We've had a few gusts over 90. Yeah. SoCal, I do not miss that. I do not miss that in California area. I remember we got winds where we were out there in California up to 80 miles an hour. Insane. Oh, okay. No, just that one on Thursday. That one you caught, though, man. That was a pretty decent sized one there, brother. Nice catch. Nice catch. Yeah, last couple days here, SoCal, it's been really windy. It's been cold out here even where I'm at. I think we were at what, high 50s last night with really high gust winds. I mean, literally, I'm surprised we didn't have any power knocked out. Nico in the house. How are you, man? Glad to have you here, buddy. Well, we got all kinds of good people jumping in tonight. Awesome. Folks, I just want to say thank you guys for all joining tonight. Appreciate that. SoCal, Nico, Solo, Drew, all you guys. I can't remember everybody, but thank you guys so much. Doing great, brother. How are you? Doing magnificent. Thank you for asking, my friend. Great catching on your live the other day or yesterday, whenever it was. It was good seeing you out there. See, SoCal says, we went from 85 Wednesday to 56 today with that east wind. Yep, that'll drop you, brother. That'll drop you. No rain in the forecast, though, right, SoCal? Hopefully not, anyway. You guys been getting a ton of rain out there where you're at. A ton of rain. Maybe not in the last few days or so, but I know for the last 2 weeks or so, you guys been getting rain, or even a month. Folks, those winds are no joke, though, man. Nico says, thanks, man. We ended up catching 8 more last night. What? Nice. You had a very prosperous night. Indeed. Hey, Nico, by the way, just so you know, my wife saw your polls. She loved them. She loved them. I'm hoping that's an opportunity for me to buy one. Most of the rain was north. Oh, no kidding? Wow, okay. Got you. Because I know they're saying California got hit again. But I wasn't sure if you guys were getting it here in SoCal. Yeah, no rain out here, just a lot of wind and dust. A lot of wind and dust. Nico says, biggest was a 7-pound channel cat, but the ice just melt off of the lakes 2 days ago, so I'll take it. Hey, fair enough. Fair enough. You guys are still getting real cold weather up there where you're at then, huh, Nico? Especially if you still got ice on the water. Brr. Oh, Arizona, getting new rods soon. Really? Nice. Now, Nico, do you sell rods or are you getting new rods? Curious. And are you getting the Mad Cats or something different? Folks, I think Nico's got those rods that are really color and lubricant. No, I'm saying I'm saying you are by the sun. Oh, I'm hoping so, my man. I'm hoping so. I would love to get some. I would love to get some new rods, especially those ones that you can light up on the black light at night. SoCal says, once I get the boat fixed, we're going to be back out hunting giants. Indeed, giants. There you go, SoCal. Folks, let's give SoCal a shout out. He's going to be hunting them giants. Indeed. Got to get that boat up and running. Nico says, I used a few different brands, honestly, not committed to just one. Fair enough. And you know what? It's good to keep your options open. I probably shouldn't say that I'm a fan of Shakespeare's, even though I pretty much am. But I think any fishing rod that gets the job done is going to be a good rod. All right, Mr. Nightbot, we got to have this conversation. I know you got more than just that one message. Pop up the other ones. I may have to reset some timing on that one because this one's popped up like 5 times already. Where's the rest of them? Nightbot is a learning curve all the way through and through. Oh, by the way, SoCal, thank you for helping me out there the other night and getting that correction made on the memberships. I'm glad we were able to get that taken care of. If you could do me a favor, SoCal, can you let me know if it's changed or does it come up? Because so far, the only thing Nightbot's popped up like 3 or 4 times is the 3 tiers of membership. Choose from. I haven't seen anything else that I posted. And I know it's more than just that, so. I don't know if it's something I need to set up again or I don't know. It worked once. It did well. I'm not sure. Folks, Nightbot is a great tool to use. I will not lie to you, but it can be a learning curve at times. Yeah, I need to go back and change that verbiage on that. After thanks again, that should be the end of it, not and remember. Gotta love it though, man. Nightbot is a good tool. It is a good tool to use. So folks, let's see here. SoCal says, I am waiting for RodBot to be completed. Rodbot. What's Rodbot, my friend? I think I know what you mean, but I want to make sure because I could be totally inaccurate on that one. Rodbot. Why? It sounds like it. I wonder if the wind died down right now because I don't hear nothing outside. And normally I'm hearing it. Hey, you know what? Let me ask Google real quick. Hang on a minute. Oh, that's right. Hello. So, Cal, I completely forgot about that. You're right. Well, you know what? I hope that works out well. I really do. Yeah, that's going to be awesome. Yeah, maybe we won't have some of the issues when he's done that like we do with Nightbot. Yeah, I forgot about that. He is building his own version. That'd be great. That'd be great. Yeah, it literally got quiet outside. I wonder if the winds are blowing anymore. I don't hear anything outside now. It's like quiet. It's like that still before the storm, that calm before the storm. Never know what's going on outside, right? Jeez. This here, SoCal says, so far it looks way better than Nightbot. The responses to the bot commands show up as if Rod himself is answering. That's awesome. Okay, that's going to be awesome. And is that now once he gets it up and running, SoCal, will that be open to public? I'm just curious how that's going to work. I'm curious. I mean, if you can't answer, I respect that. I don't want to overstep or put things out there that may not be ready to be answered yet. So I respect that. But yeah, I think that would be a great, valuable tool once it's up and going. I think it'd be awesome. And not that there's anything wrong with Nightbot, it's just that sometimes it goes kind of wonky. I think, because I know that we were working on that night with it, and I thought it was all cleared up. I was talking to Rod about it actually, and he had me download it and then take it out and then redo it again. He says, it will be, but not sure of details of yet. Okay, perfect. No, I respect that. And we don't want to prematurely say anything until we know exactly what Rod wants to say or do. 100% agree with that. And that would be the proper thing to do. So like I said, I may have to go in there and figure out what's going on with it because I know Nightbot on my end is working. And here's the thing. It's got the various commands that it's given. And I see that the last live I did, it went well. Had no issues with it, except for what you guys were talking to me about, the membership issues, which we were able to correct. But that wasn't Nightbot, that was more of a YouTube issue. But I'm looking at Nightbot tonight, and it seems to be only giving me that one message over and over and over instead of all of them that I've entitled to it. So I'm not sure what's going on with Nightbot. So I think Nightbot may want to work on its own time or decide what it is, because I know it can only be active when it's live. So, but again, it's still a good tool. Still a good tool for the most part. So I was able to do some research on finding out what I would need to replace the batteries in my boat. I'm probably going to get away with just doing one for right now, just to get the actual troller up and running, and have the secondary come in a later time. I don't think it's detrimental that I get them both right now, but I will at least need one other than the primary crank over one, because that way it can cause me to have a trolling motor and such. I'm excited to try it out because I just recently got brand new battery put in for my remote control for the trolling motor. I've never used the remote control as long as I've owned the boat. And now that I've got it going, I want to see if it will actually work. I have a tendency, to me it would be easier for me to go hand control on the actual troller versus foot control. I mean, I can do foot control with the speed and all that if I want to, but if I'm trying to do directional, to me, it would probably be easier for me to use a remote control versus the foot control. I'm not quite that coordinated. That's why I don't play drums. But I mean, I think it's going to be a valuable asset. So we're going to see how that works out once I get that up and running. Like I said, we're just waiting on the weather to get better to do that maiden voyage of that first time being out there. We did a test run already. So far, it looks good. A little bit of a sputtering every so often, but not enough to really worry about that would cause it to go out. I think it just needs to be blown out and get all that old gas out. Did put about a half a can of Seafoam into it, and we're gonna go from there and see what that old Merc will do. I gotta be telling you, man, I'm really impressed with that Mercury motor that I have. When we disconnected the power line, the gas line to it, that thing still ran for quite a while. SoCal says, take it from my experience. You do not want the trolling motor using the cranking. No, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. And unfortunately, that's a hard lesson to learn, my friend, and you're right. My system is set up for a secondary battery. It's all on its own. The cranking battery is its own specific. So yeah, you're absolutely right on that one, SoCal. I'm sorry you had to experience that, my friend. I really am. What I need to do on mine, though, I'll be honest with you, SoCal, is I need to put a kill switch on mine. I really do need to put a kill switch on that battery system. If not one of them, both of them. Because I've got the main one for cranking, which I could do a power shutoff on it, and then do a secondary power shutoff on the auxiliary batteries. Nice thing about Mercury motors, though, which I did not know until I owned mine, was inside the housing unit that protects the engine itself, the housing unit, on top of that, well, they have an actual, they actually have a pull string in there in the event that you cannot crank it over. You can manually do it. Do Fast 426, how are you? Drunken Chef, hey, how are you? I haven't seen you in a while. Welcome to the channel this evening. Glad to have you back. Hopefully you've been well. Good to see you on. Boy, it's been a little while. We are keeping it light tonight. We are keeping the channel light and live tonight, as we say, talking about everything and anything. Yeah, so I was actually really surprised that Mercury actually had that underneath the housing unit to where they actually do give you a supplemental pull rope on there in the event that you can't kick it over electronically. You can actually manually start that bad boy, which is nice. It's a game changer. A couple of things I want to add to the boat, though. I need to get a flare gun. It's important. Well, I appreciate that, Paul. Thank you, whoever got that. I appreciate that. Thank you, Joy. I appreciate that. There's times I want to answer, and there's times like, yeah, let's not encourage it. I mean, out of respect, we have kids that are watching the channel. We don't need all that. But I appreciate you being on top of that, Joy. I appreciate it. Gosh, what was I talking about, folks? I literally forgot. Gosh. I literally forgot what we were talking about. That's right. Thank you, Joy. Thank you. SoCal, how's Mrs. SoCal doing? She at work? Fish and Finger Jackson. There we go. Now we got the right one. There was a gentleman on here earlier that I thought was you, Jackson. How you doing? Good to have you on here tonight, Jackson. All right, now there's that message again. The same message from Nightbot. So it's like, where's the rest of my messages? Is he holding them hostage? I think Nightbot wants to put out what messages they want to. I'm not understanding that whole concept of that thing. Maybe it takes a couple of lives for it to finally engage. I don't know. Oh, nice. It's her Friday. Well, hopefully she's driving safely. Indeed. Tell her hello for me if you would, sir. Appreciate that. Jackson, how you been, sir? All things good? I figured we keep it live and light tonight here on the channel. Unfortunately, I'm not out fishing, which I would love to be doing, but because of the wind issue, it wasn't permissible for me to go. Kind of sucks. Kind of sucks. But it is what it is. I didn't think my friend Jim could go fishing today because it was so windy. He even got higher winds up where he's at. We're going to be live out in the desert tomorrow visiting the giant sculptures out there. Oh, out in the area you're at, SoCal? You guys got giant sculptures out there? Yeah. Jackson, I got to admit that I was one of them. I immediately saw a fishing and I'm like, whoa, hey, it's Jackson. I do apologize. I was one of those guys. Hey, SoCal, thank you so much. A huge shout out to SoCal for 100. Folks, thank you so much. I appreciate that. It means a lot. SoCal, thank you so much. Whoop, whoop. A big shout out to SoCal for that 100 cent. Thank you so much. In 3 different channels. Yeah, Jackson, I am so sorry. And like I said, the first thing I thought was you. He goes, I'm not Jackson. I'm like, uh-oh, who am I speaking to? I try not to disrespect anybody, you know. I really don't want to. But it's like, again, like I told him, hey, I saw fishing because you were the first person I thought of. It is what it is. You know what? Hey, can I use excuse I'm old and I'm sticking with it? I'm old and I'm using that. It works, right? Can I get away with that legally? Oh my gosh. So there's Fishy Finger Jackson and Fishy Fingers, right? Am I getting that one correct? Why did the fish cross the stream? I don't know. Is it going to be a pa-dum-bum? I don't know why. Indeed, Jackson. Indeed it does. So Jackson, if I may ask though, so there's Fishy Finger Jackson. Oh, Fishy Things. There we go. Thank you for elaborating. Thank you for elaborating. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. There we go. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yeah. So there's fish. Okay. Gotcha. There you go. There's Fishy Things and then Fishy Fingers. There we go. I made the connection. Hello. I made the connection. Yeah. Like I said, it was one of those issues as soon as I saw it, I immediately thought of you. Okay, note to self, don't forget. Fishy Things, Fishy Fingers. Oh, I love it. I am so fortunate I have such a great group of people that are on my channel that follow me. You guys are just amazing. You know what? I want to give each and every one of you guys a huge shout out because if it wasn't for you guys, this channel would not be successful. It would not prosper. And I appreciate each and every one of you for your dedication and time. I really do. You see, yeah, there's going to be a bunch of huge sculptures out there. Everything from a Jeep on a rock pile to a giant T-Rex. Where's that at, SoCal? That's in your area? Gotcha. I appreciate that. No problem, Jackson. SoCal, is that in your area? I'll tell you one place that I do miss going out to when I lived out in that area, not by where you were, but where I lived at. There you go. Okay. I know where you're at now. Yep, I do remember that area well. I just didn't realize that you guys had sculptures out there. Used to run a lot of wildfires up in that day back out there when I lived out there. Anza Borrego Springs was a huge area for wildland fires back in the day when I worked out in the fire service out in that area. So, Oh, Fishing with Ferg, thank you so much. Sending for a 100. Everybody, let's give Ferg a shout out. Thank you, Ferg. Much appreciated. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate that. Let's see here. Honda Shade Tree. Hey, older Steve-O. All right. Hey, you know what? Steve-O's a good guy. But thank you, whoever got that. Thank you. Appreciate that, SoCal. Appreciate it. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yes, folks, please be kind because my grandkids do watch the channel. Let's keep it clean. Well, thank you. Hey, Mike, you take care of yourself, my brother, and be safe. All right, buddy? Have a good evening fishing with Ferg. Mike's leaving us, guys. Everybody, Mike's going off. Have a good night, Mike. Take care, buddy. So, I forgot what we were talking about. Hello, I just went scroll again. It's hilarious. Keeping it real, keeping it light. Boy, I can't remember half the time what we were talking about. That's kind of sad on my part. Anybody been catching any good type fish out there recently? I know that SoCal's been out there fishing. I know that Ferg's been out there fishing. Nico's been fishing for sure. Been watching some of his stuff too. Oh, okay. You're gonna try tomorrow evening, Jackson? Awesome. Yeah, depending on what the weather looks like out here tomorrow evening or so, my time, I'm gonna try. I know that we've been running the river high in my area. It's been literally up at 3 units every night for the last week or so. During the summertime, spring and summertime out here, I noticed that we do raise our water up higher on the river because I think they're anticipating the incoming traffic or clientele, as you say, for the river, for the activities. We're getting to that point where we're starting to get into our water season for like watercraft such as jet skis and everything else. Probably another month or so, we're going to start really seeing a lot of activity coming in and out of the area here. I understand that, my friend. Been there and done that. Been there, done that. I mean, and you're probably, and I've probably done the same thing you've done to where I will get off work, come home, load everything up, hit out to the water and be out there for 4, 5, 6 hours, come home, offload everything, climb into bed and get back out and go back to work the next day. Oh, is it really still that cold over there, Joy? Wow. No, I mean, we're not in the 30s right now, but we topped out at the low 50s last night and probably got about 70 today with high winds. But probably by next week sometime, Joy, we are going to be in probably close to the 80s or 90s by next week. One thing about Arizona is when it warms up, it gets warm pretty quickly. It's just a matter of when it does. Yeah, you get it, Jackson. You know. Hey, we know no sleep when it comes to fishing. That is one thing that will consume me and everybody else that does it. You know, we're on a mission. We want to catch. We want to do it. We're going to do it. I mean, I can remember times whether I was fishing or even like, dedication with when I used to do waterfowl hunting. I would get home from working, like say a good 12 to 14 hour day, go home, get all my gear set up for that next morning because I knew I was going to go out waterfowl hunting. And I would probably crawl into bed by 10 and be up at midnight, load the truck up, head out to the duck reserve, and clock in and check in by 3 a.m. and get everything set up. I would literally go 2 hours sleep on 48 hours. I mean, so you understand it. And those of you who've done it will definitely understand it. It's an obsession. Whether you're fishing or hunting, it's an obsession. It's a passion. And I don't know. To me, it's a great feeling knowing like that. Yeah, next week should warm up for you guys. Awesome. Yeah, I mean I don't know. It's something in you that just drives you to want to go more and more and go harder with it when it comes to that kind of stuff. And it's like reaching that goal that you want to, either getting that fish, that duck, that deer, that whatever, It just it's something that drives us to do it, and it's amazing. It's amazing how that works like that. Um, yeah. So I was hoping to head up to my property sometime this weekend. Actually, we were talking about it, but the up there it's still pretty wet and mucky up there with the roadways being pretty beat up right now. So I can't even get up there. I don't have a full drive, so I can't even get up there to even check out on anything up there. From what I'm understanding, that they're having a hard time with vehicles up there getting stuck. So I figure, yeah, I'm not even going to attempt that right now. So it'll happen though. Once the weather starts drying up there a little bit, it is higher up. We're literally at 6,000 feet up there, so they're definitely getting a lot more rain and snow up in that area than I would where I'm at. Here being only 586 feet above sea level, big difference, But I mean, overall though, once it starts drying up there, I'll be able to get up there, I hope, and be able to start checking out some of that area with the property, and maybe even do a little bit of scouting. Um, the area that I live in, it's got some decent size deer up there, and even elk have been known to be up in that area. But as far as like upland game bird, you get quail and pheasant, not pheasant, but quail and dove up there also. So we'll see. Let's see if Fish Jackson says, I try to pack it up at 9 on work days, but I'll end up staying till 1 or 2 hours. Yeah, I do the same thing, my friend. I do the same thing. I always try to tell myself to be out of there by 9, but I'm always there till they shut the gate. Because the area during the summertime, it's kind of, they make it a little more difficult. I understand why they do it, but they make it more difficult. That the community park there during the summertime, they shut that gate by 11 o'clock, and it's there because they don't want people in there past that time frame. And yeah, I'm always there till like 10 minutes before 11, and then I have to start throwing everything in the truck and then heading home. So yeah, I'm pretty much, and then have to get up again at like what, 4 o'clock in the morning, 3:30 in the morning. Yeah, I'm right there. Yeah, during the wintertime, not so much, but during the summertime, yeah, they shut it down because people have a tendency of spending the night out there, and that's what they don't want. They don't want that because it's right off the riverbank, And I mean, I respect that. I respect that. Yeah, you're lucky. You're lucky. No, you're lucky. But it's okay though. I mean, I totally respect what they're doing. It's not something that I get angry about or, well, why are they doing that? Because I mean, it's a city area, and I get it. Now, but when you're on the lake, you can be out there all night long. It don't matter. There are certain areas on our lake that you can actually camp overnight. So it's a win-win all the way around. I'm sure there are certain areas on the river you can too, just not the city areas, I believe. But over on the lakeside, yeah, you can. You can. In fact, that is one of my goals that I want to do this season, is to do a overnight stay on the lake, and having Starlink is going to be a really tremendous asset, because that way I can do a live out there, do a catch, clean, and cook while we're at it. That's the goal. That's the goal anyway. I think it'd be kind of fun. I think it'd be kind of fun to see what we can get into. But we don't really have too many restrictions out here, though. I mean, other than maybe city ordinance issues and things like that. But for the most part, I don't think we have too many issues. See, Jackson says they do close the parks at the lake, but if you're fishing, they don't mess with you. Oh, that's cool. That's good to know that. Unfortunately, like where SoCal's at, I think they kicked them out at. Hey, SoCal, what time did they close? What time did they push you guys out of the park at? 6, 7? Because I know they don't let you guys stay late there, which I think is kind of sad, because SoCal, a lot of lives that I've seen him go on that he's been fishing at, they have a certain time. Oh, they kick him out at 5? Really? What? That's insane. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was going to say, that's insane. But unfortunately, every city has their own ordinance on what they can and can't do. I mean, who's going to argue with that, That's why if I can, I try to find an area where I don't have to have any restrictions. Now, here's the funny thing. You can fish the river all night long. You can even probably bank fish it all night long, as long as you're not in certain areas of the city. You know, because like I say, if you start getting into the county areas or the unincorporated areas, you're fine. Unless you're on a reservation area, that might be an issue. But other than that, I don't think there's really issues with that. But I know on the lake, no, no, I don't think there's any issues with being out there all night long. People do it. So yeah, they're so sad though. SoCal has to leave there early in the evening. That really is kind of sad. But I kind of understand it, I guess. I mean, it is the rule, it's the law. So what do you do, right? Folks, I just want to say thank you for all for joining this evening. I appreciate that. I know that you guys could be doing other stuff, but I appreciate you guys taking the time to hang out here and with me. Let's see here. The Ford Wrangler, at ours, we have stay all day and all night, but we stay away from the docks and places people usually are. So we haven't had any problems. Well, hang on a minute. Well, that's pretty good. Hey, welcome on in there, Ford Wrangler. Glad to have you here. Thanks for the information on that. Jackson says, I'm gonna have to try the river sometime here and see what happens. Yeah, that'd be awesome. There you go. There you go. SoCal says, sorry, I got a call. I had to do what sorry, got a call. I have to do what earlier? Oh, do what earlier? Yeah, what time? It's okay, SoCal, don't worry about it. We were kind of wondering what time your park has you guys evacuate out due to closure. Is it 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock? Wasn't sure. We were. Jackson thinks it might be 5. I wasn't sure if it was later than that. I think it's ridiculous. They gotta close. They gotta kick you out, but that's the rules, huh? Yeah. So we were just kind of curious on that one, SoCal. What time do they shut your gates down at the lake that you normally fish at? Because I know you're telling me that I've heard you say multiple times that they kick you guys out early. But like I said, I mean, out here though, not so bad though. I mean, the lake is pretty open no matter what. The gates are locked at 5. Wow, Jackson, you called that right on the money, buddy. Good job. Sad as it is, you call it right on the money. 5 p.m. they shut the gate. Wow. Wow, that's incredible. That's incredible. Now, SoCal, let me ask you a question. Is there any area in your area is there any lakes in your area that you can fish at all night, or is that like county-wide where you're at? I'm curious because I know that area can be kind of tough, can be kind of rough. But are there any waterways or lake areas out there that you do not have to leave the premises at 5, or are they all like that? Because I was sharing with Jackson that they close ours at around 11. See, Jackson says, I always like going to Bartlett Lake. Oh, there's no time frame on Bartlett? You can stay out there as long as you want? That's a name I haven't heard in quite a while. Bartlett Lake. Jackson, may I ask you a question? I don't mean to get personal, but what state are you watching from? I know you may have told me, but I don't remember. Oh, so you're in Arizona. Okay, copy. Gotcha. One lake in the county is open till midnight on Friday and Saturday, only from May to early September. So they really got you. Oh, you're in Oklahoma. Okay, that's why I thought Bartlett Lake sounded familiar. So it is in Arizona, but you're watching from Oklahoma. Nice. Wow. So SoCal, they got you guys locked down pretty tight there. Man, that's insane. Wow. Oh, you moved from Arizona. Gotcha. Gotcha. Okay, that's right. You did tell me that. Appreciate you refreshing the old noggin up here for me. Appreciate that, Jackson. Man, SoCal, that's kind of sad, my friend. Wow. I knew things were restricted, but I didn't realize that. You know, one thing I do remember when I lived out in that area where we lived at, SoCal. SoCal, you've heard of Glen Helen Lake, yeah? Glen Helen Lake is an area that I used to live by not too long, well, years ago, I should say. Let's see. Also, most lakes are only open 4 days a week. Here's some only on Saturday and Sunday. What? Really? That's insane. Man. Brother, I don't know how you do that. No. A lot has changed. Glen Helen. Yeah. I remember Elsinore. I've never fished Elsinore, but Glen Helen, yes. Yeah, that's what I did fish at. I remember back in the day in Glen Helen where you could be out there all night long fishing for cat. It was opened. Um, it was open all night long, and you could actually fish it. Yeah, right, Tony. That's insane. But before I left that state, they had actually said no more night fishing for cat. And I remember being out there at nighttime fishing with a bonfire and a barbecue grill, cooking up steaks while we were waiting for fish. Let's see here. SoCal says, I didn't know there was a lake near Glen Helen. How far is that from the racetrack? Now, if you're talking about the Fontana track, it's down the road. Down the road. The Ford Wrangler says they don't really have any restrictions at any of ours. They just close some of for the winter is bad enough so people don't destroy roads around the lake. That makes sense. It's sad that people would do that, but that makes sense. Jackson says, when I was in Arizona, one pole needed a stamp for 2 pole and another stamp for trout. Boy, so lots changed then. Yeah, because when I got mine out here, Jackson, it wasn't like that. SoCal says, no, I'm talking about Glen Helen Motocross. Oh, no, I got you. Okay, I got you, SoCal. It's literally right there. It literally is right there. I mean, it may not be in the same premises per se, but it's literally very, very close. I mean, I used to go to the track all the time when I lived out in that area, and I used to watch my son motocross. So yeah, he used to motocross at that track all the time. It's not that far out. So if you know where the SoCal, if you know where the pavilion is where they perform the concerts, like say back in the day when Ozfest was out there, that is exactly where Glen Helen is. So if you're familiar with the Ozfest pavilion area where they used to do the concerts, that's exactly where Glen Helen is. And I guess another way of putting it is, if you remember the Renaissance fairs, that's where it was at. Oh, no kidding? Yeah, no, it's there. Back in the day when the Renaissance Fair used to be there, they had a 99-year contract with Glen Helen to be able to do their show there every year. But what ended up happening was that the certain, and I won't say patrons that would go to the event, but people who worked the event per se, after closing hours, would go out there and fish the lakes and did a lot of damage to it. So therefore, they were no longer allowed to be there, and the county came in and just, no, contract is void and null. You no longer are here. So unfortunately, they did do some damage to it, but it was fortunately able to recover itself. Last time I remember fishing that area, they had 2 lakes, one bigger lake and one smaller lake. One lake that I used to fish at quite a bit too was Yucaipa Regional Park, because that literally was like 5 minutes from my house. Multiple lakes there also, bigger lake and then smaller lake. Yeah, we know, Nightbot. We got you. I'm going to have to go back and reset that again, I think, because it's only giving me that one message, and it should be giving me a lot more than that. I don't know. Maybe it's something, I don't know. Anybody else know anything about this Nightbot? Because it's only giving me this one message. Does the viewers have to set something off to get it going? Not sure. I don't remember. What do you think, SoCal? Yeah. So I mean, I know that even Yucaipa Regional, you could fish to a certain time, but I don't believe they were on all nighter either. But I do know they had camping out there, so that much I do know. So maybe you were allowed to fish at night. It being a private park, I think it may have been, that could have been why also. Nah, no worries, Jackson. No worries. Maybe SoCal might know. I mean, so it does work when it wants to, but right now all I've seen is one message. I don't. Maybe I need to go back and reset my timers or something. I don't know. I don't know. I can see that being more of an issue with the timer issue than anything. But then again, I don't want to hit in every 5 minutes either. That could tend to be a little annoying. The way they got Nightbot set up is that certain time and amount of lines or whatever the case may be. Let's see, Katak. I don't want to see your name incorrectly. If I do, I apologize. Katakwa, what is your favorite thing to do when you're not on? Well, fish, of course. Fish, indeed. Indeed, fish. Thank you, Joy. I appreciate that. Yeah, so what is your favorite thing? Yeah, okay, I don't need to answer questions like that. Thank you, Joy or Jackson. I appreciate that. Yeah, it may have been Tony. I'm not sure. Sometimes I'm like, what? You never know. You never know. Boy, I just went down from 8 down to 1. Uh-oh, what happened here? You still here? Wow. Okay. Hi, Joy. How are you? Like everybody just disappeared. Not sure what happened. There we go. Jackson, you're still perfect. Yeah, my numbers went from like 8 down to 0. Not sure what happened. Sometimes when I see the numbers drop that fast, I'm like, did I lose connectivity? You know, it could very well be YouTube. You're absolutely right on that. Don't know why they would do that, but it could very well be. I know sometimes that it can be kind of wonky. I think it's just not correctly connected. You could be right, Ford Wrangler. You could very well right. Because I'm talking to 3 of you right now, but it shows I've got 0 viewers. Not sure why it does that. Is the audio still okay, guys? Can you still hear me okay? Well, I appreciate that. Thank you, Joy. Just see, give me just a second here. YouTube and there's shenanigans. Probably right, Jackson. You might be right on that one. Sure, brother. I have to go for now for a drive. I have a wonderful night, brother. Appreciate your streaming. Oh, I appreciate that, my friend. Hey, you have a safe drive and have a wonderful evening, sir. Thank you for joining the live. Much appreciated. Yeah, YouTube and the shenanigans. You got it. It's all good. Safe travels. Appreciate you, Chur. Yeah, take care, Chur, brother. You be safe, my friend. Now that I'm past that 3,000 hour mark, I wonder how long it's going to take me to hit that other 1,000. I'm almost at 3,100 now. So, folks, I appreciate that. By the way, I appreciate all you guys just taking the time to watch my videos and my lives and such to help me grow that channel watched hours that I need. Yeah, it's been a labor of love, but you know what? I couldn't have done it without you guys. I do appreciate that. I'm just a little over 3,000 now, trying to go for my 3,100. So hopefully we'll make it in the next month or so. You know, let this channel explode. I would love to hit that 4,000 hour mark. That would be awesome. That would be so awesome. We're trying, Joy. We are so trying, man. You know, I never, I be like I said, my biggest fear is I don't want to put on bad content. You know, I never, I think you guys, well, thank you. I appreciate that. I think you guys deserve the best. I always want to make sure you guys have the best. So, the wife and I, we were talking about doing a live feed one time, going to, going to an old part of Arizona town. Oh, I have a long way to go for that 3,000 hours. Jackson, be patient, my good friend. I will want, you know, I'll find your stuff and I'll put it all on play. You have a playlist set up, Jackson? You have a playlist set up? Because if you do, I'll go ahead and find you and I'll go ahead and just play it. I'm all about helping you out, my brother. We have a great group on here, and we're helping each other out is what we want to do best. Yeah, so what we're thinking about doing was taking it and going on a journey through parts of Arizona that would take us through the beautiful towns of. Okay, no, I'll check it out. I'll definitely check it out, and I'll put it on watch and just let all the videos play. That way we can build your hours up. You got it, brother. Yep. If we can help you out any way we can, let's do it. Exactly. Hey, Ben from Oz, how are you? Thanks for joining this evening. I will. You too, sir. You be safe out there, and be safe in doing what you're doing, and fish on, brother. Oh, perfect, perfect. Good to know that, Jackson. Yeah, we'll hook you up, bro. You have my word on that. We'll hook you up. We want to share the wealth, as we say. Share the wealth because we want everybody to be prosperous and successful. Yeah, we were thinking about doing a live going through some old towns that the back way that go into Seligman, and there's Valentine, there's Peach Blossom, and a few other places out there that are a lot of history in those areas. A lot of history out there, and just the drive itself is beautiful. Every time we go through it, and I'll be honest with you folks, every time we go through it, I will set my radio station on my XM channel. I will set it to the 40s music. And again, as you all know me, I'm very nostalgic for anything 30s, 40s, and 50s. And I love that kind of stuff. And we'll just drive that road. It's a peaceful road, and we'll just have the music playing. Of course, when we do the live that way, I won't be playing the music because it's copyrighted. But I'll tell you what, the drive is just beautiful. And yeah, a lot of things to see out there. There's an area that we stopped at called the Keeper of the Wilds out there. And it's like an animal sanctuary where they have all types of wild animals that they keep in captivity there and take care of them there. It's an amazing place. It's called Keeper of the Wilds. I mean, they have lions, tigers, orangutans, apes. I mean, you name it, they've got it all. Every kind of animal known to man is out there, it seems like. And they do a really good job in taking care of them, feeding them, and housing them, and everything. So I think, and I don't mean no disrespect, but the funniest thing that we saw the day that we were there was, let's see here. Joyce says, Jackson, take a live, hit save to the playlist, make it public, and then add more lives. Very simple, actually, and makes it easier for all. Yeah, Jackson, that's a good point. Like Joy was saying, create a playlist and add all your lives to it. That's what I did to mine, buddy, and it helps a lot. Let's see, Jackson, if you have a hard time, let me know and I'll make a video for you. Yeah, Jackson, if you want your hours to grow, my friend, you definitely got to do that. And like I said, I'll put it on, I'll just hit play and let them run all the way through. That's what everybody did for me, so we can do it for you also. Perfect. You're already done? Perfect. Then we'll get that live going. In fact, you know what? I'll do it right now as we speak. Get it on my TV. Give me a second, buddy. When I walk away for a minute. As soon as I can find my remote. There we go. Got the remote. Got the remote in hand, Jackson. We're gonna hook you up. We're gonna turn the volume all the way down because we don't want to get copyrighted. But we're gonna find you and hook you up. Down to 0 on the volume. 0 on the volume. There we go. We're gonna go to YouTube here real quick. All right. No, I got you, Jackson. But we're going to help you out, my friend. We're going to find you and we're going to let it play. Might take me a minute to find you, but I'll get there, I promise. Folks, I'm not ignoring you, I promise. Just trying to find Jackson's channel here. Still blows my mind. I got the two of you two confused with both of you. I'm so sorry on that, Jackson. Da-da-da. No worries. Give me a second here, guys. I'm trying to locate Jackson's page here. I want him to go ahead and You caught 3 cats last night? Nice. Awesome. Good job, my man. Good job. Come on, I know you're in here somewhere. That's pretty good, man. Man, that's amazing. Awesome here. Okay, so we're going to find you here. Folks, I promise I'm not ignoring you. I promise. Just want to make sure that we get Jackson's videos playing, because we want to help him get his hours that he's needed. I didn't realize I had that many people here. Hey, Evan, how are you? Thanks for joining tonight. Appreciate it. Appreciate you joining the channel. Let's see here. All right, Jackson, we got you on, buddy. We are watching you play. Jackson, I don't know if you have a playlist set. I don't see one there for you. If you do, I don't see it. So let me know if you have a playlist. If not, you might want to create one, as Joy was telling you earlier. Tony, welcome back if you came back, my friend. Now, Jackson, I think I got your last live that you did on. What lake was that you were on, my friend? I see like 2 or 3 rods that are standing up in a blue tackle box. Where was that at, my friend? Oh, it's a live list. Okay. Give me a second here, Jackson. We're working it, Jackson. We're working it. Yeah, Jackson, I see a bunch of your lives that you have out, but I think what Joy's wanting to share with you is that you're going to want to try and create a playlist that you can add those to. Yeah, because that will definitely be a game changer for you. definitely, because you have your lives all the way in a row as far as your videos, but nothing as far as a playlist. But yeah, we'll start though. We'll start with your most recent one and we'll let it run. We'll let it run, my friend. So this one here is also Jackson. If I may, share something with you, if you don't mind, sir. Um, and I'm not critiquing you by no means. I promise I'm not. Just food for thought because I'm still learning myself. Oh no, your live lists, they will work for sure. Because you have some really great content for your hours. And like I said, sir, I don't mean no disrespect. I am not that guy to correct anybody because I'm still learning myself. So please understand that. On your lives, what I was learned and was taught, and believe it or not, my wife is the one that told me this, and my wife's incredible. She's the one that taught me this. That when on your lives, you have a way that when your live is done, that you can edit it, um, put a picture to what that live is, and then give it a title. Because on yours, because I was doing this for the longest time when I first started doing my live on my YouTube, and it was said Arizona Outdoors is live, and that was it. Just like whatever kind of a what's the word I want to use? Like an AI caricature was part of it, or whatever the case may be, or even your YouTube channel logo. That's what was popping up. What really started helping me quite a bit with that, Jackson, was this: is that I would actually go through my live video and then I would download it to however I did it, or even on your laptop. I normally will download mine to my phone, and then what I can do is I'll go to certain parts that I think would be good catching, like say whatever the case may be, and I would stop the video and I would basically highlight that photo to my phone, and I would crop it and then use that as my actual YouTube thumbnail, and then I would put a title to it. That to me, I think worked wonders for my channel as far as getting right out there and getting it out there, and letting people saying, um, um, getting to a point where it was eye catching. What would draw them in? No, oh, okay, then you got it then. And like I said, I don't mean no disrespect. I'm not one to tell you how to do your channel. That's your baby. That's your creation. I just thought I would share what worked for me. But I mean, like I said, if it's working for you, brother, rock on. Rock it on, brother. But yeah, I've got you playing right now, actually. Got you playing right now as we're watching you. So I kind of turned it down because I didn't want, in case there was any copyright infringements, I didn't want it to hit my channel. But yeah, dude, I got you on, bro. We're going to let it play. But I think you're going to do real well, that Jackson. We're going to get those hours climbed up there for you the way that you need them to go. We're going to rock you out there. You're going to get good at it. If you don't mind me asking, what's your hours right now, Jackson? Joy, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah, no problem. I had the volume down. Okay, no, I got you. Like I said, no, like I said, Jackson, no, and I don't mean no disrespect. It's only in friendship that anything I can do to help. Like I said, I don't know everything, but I'm willing to share whatever I can for you. Yeah, no worries, bro. I got you. And honestly, I'll be honest with you. The reason why, too, I say that is because a lot of you wonderful people that follow my channel have given me so much insight. My wife has given me so much insight on the YouTube thing, and it's like her being a huge proponent of that really helps me a lot too. Is that because I had to remember and I'll be honest with you, when my wife first started telling me things about that, it kind of bugged me a little bit. I was like, well, this and that, and I'm like, what do you mean my stuff's not good? But then when I really took that moment to sit and listen to what she was telling me, it made sense. The light bulb went on. Bing! It went on. And I'm like, wait a minute, my wife is a viewer. And if she sees it, how many other thousands of people are seeing that? And that's when I decided I better take her advice. Oh, indeed. Indeed. You're absolutely right, Joy. Indeed. But again, like I said, if my wife is a viewer and she's seeing it, who else is seeing the mistakes that I'm making? So I really base a lot of the stuff that I do on what my wife tells me. When I first started, my lighting was horrible. The wife said, "You need to change it. Okay, you need to change. You got to get more lighting out there. Okay, you got to do different things. You got to like make people engaged." And because like I came in, so I figured I got a camera, I got this, we're good. The wife's like, "No, you're not good. Things got to change." And then it was my wife who also told me, "Okay, now you need to start adding some color to your channel." And what she meant by that was I would have a tendency, okay, you're at 616 hours. Okay, well, okay, brother, we're gonna get you up there. We're gonna get you up there. Okay, it's gonna take some time, but we're gonna get you there. So be patient, Jackson. I promise you. Um, One thing that my wife told me too was my videos and my lives were they weren't really grabbing the viewer like they should have. And believe it or not, she told me change your colors. People need to see colors, even on my thumbnails. One thing that my wife said that she noticed with most YouTube channels that people have a lot of high views and stuff on is what does a thumbnail look like? Fishy Finger says, but on the regular overview, it says 720. Fishy, do me a favor. What does your studio say? That would probably be your most accurate. If your studio hours, that would probably be your most accurate. And they do them like on a weekly basis, I believe. That's what I'm learning about studio. That's probably the most accurate. Because I know on one YouTube it said I had X amount of hours there, and I go to the studio would say it was less than that. But yeah, whatever your studio says is probably going to be your most accurate. That's what I would bank it on. Anyway, but even with the thumbnails and all that, she began to tell me that. And if you like, you get these colors that grab people or the pictures that grab people with the verbiage. A lot of times you may see me try and incorporate letters and stuff into my thumbnails. I did see a dramatic change in the viewership when that happened. Let's see here, that heart to the right, heart, yeah, it's just like pushing a second like, and really helps push the channel. The more you push, it gets more pushed out. Oh, so you mean the things that are on the right side, Joy? Those little emojis on the right, that helps push the channel out? I did not know that. Both numbers are on studio. Okay, I got you. So that, from me personally, well, I did not know that, Joy. Thank you so much. It's good to know that. It's good to know that. I appreciate that. So what that would tell me, and Jackson, again, it took me a minute to kind of understand studio per se, but when I began to realize how it worked, it made more sense to me. So on my hours, I always will look at studio to see, because YouTube at one point would tell me I had some X amount of hours, and then I'd go to my studio, it didn't match. They were actually lower than what YouTube did. And that's when I began to realize, well, maybe, and then somebody, actually, a couple of people on the channel here actually told me studio is going to be your most accurate. So whatever studio says you have, that's probably what you got. And again, they change it up week by week, I believe. And there's that same message from Nightbot. I don't get it. Let's see here. The Ford Wrangler. How many hours do you have, Arizona? I'm just over 3,000 now. I'm going on 31. Hey, Catfish and Bass is in the house. Hello, my friend. The 616 hours is on the milestone. Okay. Yep, we got to get your hours way up there, my friend. Got to get you way up there. How you doing, Catfish and Bass? Glad to have you on board tonight. Thanks for joining. Appreciate that. Hopefully things are well with you. Yeah, Ford Wrangler, I'm just a little over 3,000 hours now. We're almost at 3,100. I think that last hour is going to be kind of hard, but I know it can be done. It can be done. Again, it's just being persistent with it. Being persistent with it, Jackson. You'll get there, buddy. You will get there. Now I'm looking at your videos, Jackson. You have, I mean, your lives, they look really good. I mean, you got a lot that's engaging out there, and I'm seeing that. Oh, we're talking about actually how to improve hours needed to watch on YouTube. Yeah, we're talking about that catfish and bass. We're trying to help a fellow content creator out on what can benefit him. Um, on this channel, we share everything and anything and we can to help each other out. That's what I love about this channel. If we can help somebody out, we're all about doing that. So yeah, but I'm looking at your video, Jackson. It looks really good. And I like the fact that here's another thing, Jackson. I like the fact that you're engaging with the camera. I think that's perfect. That's imperfect. I think that's great. Because as a viewer myself, and this is what my wife taught me, as a viewer myself, if we're engaging with the people on the camera, it makes them feel like they're part of it, which I think is amazing. No, you do very well. I got you, brother. You're gonna get there, Jackson. I promise you're gonna get there. Yeah, you will, buddy. You'll get there. As I'm learning for me personally, don't be afraid to take chances. Oh, absolutely. Joy, you are 100% right. I remember a long time ago when I first started my channel, and you know what's so sad is I don't think I've ever heard from this viewer again for a while. Hopefully he's fine. I had one viewer that had some health issues and couldn't get out there and fish anymore. And to me, I took that personal. And I think what resonated with me was the fact is when he told me, your channel makes me feel like I'm fishing again. And it helps me a lot. And that meant so much to me. It meant so much to me that I could actually reach somebody like that on a level that could help them not think about what they were going through, not what the issues and ailments were, but they could actually fish. Wow, thank you. I appreciate that, Joy. Appreciate that. Cindy is the one that told me that. Really? Okay, so then you get it. Fat Cat Fishing in the house. What's up, my friend? How are you? Glad to have you on board tonight, sir. Welcome back. Yeah, no, Jackson, I totally get it. I totally get it. I mean, we never know. I mean, I look at it this way. We never know who we're going to affect and how we affect them. You know, it could be somebody having the worst day in the world and they just sit down and watch YouTube and all of a sudden they see our channel and they see that we're inviting and that we're engaging and that we want to share everything with them. I mean, to me, that means a lot to me. That means a lot to me. And again, for me, fishing is very much therapeutic. It's therapy for me. If I'm having a bad day, it goes away when I'm out there casting a line. Sometimes there's things that you cannot do in life other than fish that puts things into perspective. If that makes sense, you know what I'm saying? And I don't want to get deep into it, but I mean, the reality is there are things that we do in life day to day that we have to decompress and we have to unwind. And fishing is that thing, either fishing or hunting. To me, fishing, hunting, and spending time with my family is what decompresses me. You know, hanging out here on YouTube with you guys, it decompresses me. Yeah, we have the trollers, but you know what? It is what it is. You know? Jackson says, I'll take any input that helps. Indeed, my friend. And one thing I love about the channel that we have here and a community that we do have, we don't put people down. We uplift each other. You know what? And that's what it's about. It's about uplifting each other and letting each other grow. You know, we learn from your experiences. You will learn from my experiences. That's just what we do. And we have fun doing it. You know, I think something years ago that my wife taught me a very valuable lesson. A very valuable lesson. When I first got into my career, I was very, very analytical in my thinking. I almost had that cop mentality. And I was very cold, very jaded, and nothing seemed to bother me because I built that shell around me that I would refuse to let anybody get close to me like that. And seeing what I saw all those years that I did it just made me very hard and calloused about things. And my wife told me something one day that just blew my mind. And she says, that's somebody's child. And from that day forward, I never looked at people the same way again. I always try to look at good at everybody. Let me catch some of this back here real quick. Fat Cat in the house, indeed. Very good. Better, what's better, saltwater fishing or fly fishing? I don't fly fish and I can't do so, so I'm going to go fresh. Everybody's different though. Anthony Flora, no, I was a firefighter paramedic. I worked in the EMS industry. Joy says, you're helping so many people who can't get out. Our housebound don't. Well, Joy, I appreciate that. Thank you. I appreciate that so much, Joy. That means a lot. And like I said, it took, I mean, I've had some hard bumps along the way, and it took me a long time to really learn to respect things differently now. Well, thank you, Anthony. I appreciate that. Anthony, it's not for everybody, my friend. It's not for everybody, but I appreciate that. Thank you. I have 2 tattoos on my body that mean everything to me. And one of them, here, I'll show you real quick. Let me see if I can go up a little bit with the camera. We're going to try anyway. This is one of them. That's one of them that I'm really proud of because I worked hard to get that. And yes, it does go all the way around. And then another one. Let's see here. Here's another one that I'm going to try and show you if I can. This one is a tattoo that was done in memory of my oldest son who had passed away. It is a marlin fish jumping out of the water. That one took forever to get done. And I think I was on the table for 6 hours straight for that one. 6 hours straight. Well, thank you. I appreciate that, Joy. Yeah, that tattoo hurt. 6 hours straight. But I'll tell you what, I have no regrets. No regrets at all. I got tattoos done. My wife got one done, and my other son got one done. Yeah, so I have 3 tattoos. The one on this arm's the fire-related one, but, you know, I love that job. But medical aspect of it side was like, yeah, that really, I see that. That changed me quite a bit. So. Anyway, but Jackson, we'll get you up there, buddy. We'll get your hours watched up there. You know, don't get discouraged, all right, my friend? I'm telling you, I mean, literally, do not get discouraged. You'll get there. We'll get you up there. Before you know it, you'll be at that 3,000 hours before you even know it. Well, we appreciate you too, Joy. We appreciate you joining the channel, being part of our moderator team. It means a lot to us. Who else have we got in the house here? So, Cal, you still with us, buddy? Yeah, you'll get there, Jackson. Appreciate all the hearts, whoever keeps hitting them. Much appreciated. Joy, I never knew that was actually a thing. I would hit it, but I didn't know if it did anything. That's kind of awesome. I appreciate that. Indeed, indeed. Having great moderators makes it a wonderful thing too. Nah, don't worry about it. Now that I know what they're about, by all means, go crazy away. No problem with that. None whatsoever. Okay, Nightbot, we got to have a conversation here. I know there's more than just that one message. Folks, just so you know, I did set up my memberships to the channel. My basic membership starts at 99 cents a month. Not obligated, don't feel obligated, but if you are so inclined to do so, I would love to have you on board as members. It would definitely help the channel out and grow. Okay, so check them out. Appreciate that. I have like 3 or 4 tiers on that. Normally I don't promote it, but Nightbot is just like, ah. But again, if you get an opportunity, check them out. Much appreciated. Anything that we do for the channel will go for the channel no matter what it is. So. Oh, it is on a roll tonight, and it's given only one message. I know I've got more than just that one on there. Come on now. I mean, it even tells you, hey, if you enjoyed the live, thank you. Please hit and subscribe and like and all the above. All I've seen tonight is membership, which I get. I appreciate that, but no, it's more than that. It's also my way of saying, hey, thank you. We appreciate you being here. If you enjoy what you're seeing, hit the subscribe button. And it also tells you, I appreciate you joining the live. Nightbot. We're going to have a talking to, we are. What do you do, right? What do you do? Nightbot does serve its purpose, though. I give it that. I just wish it could do its job right. I'm like, do we fire Nightbot? It's funny. Yeah, Jackson, I'm looking at your video, man. I mean, it's great. I love the view that you're giving out there. I love it a lot. What lake is that, by the way, you're on, my friend? Yeah, it's got a great background there. Now, hey, Jackson, too, quick question. I see you've got 3 poles. In your state, you're allowed to have 3? Lake Hefner. Okay, nice. You're allowed to have 3 poles in the state you live in? Or did you pay additional for that? Because out here in Arizona, we're only allowed 2. There are some states that actually do have... Oh, okay, it's in town. Okay, there are some states that I actually see people have more than 4. I'm like, wow, how did you get away with that? Oh, so you're allowed to have more than 3. Or is it 2 with the 2 legally, and you need a permit for the 3rd? Is it 3 altogether, or 2 and 1 with a permit? I'm curious. Yeah, because that's a beautiful area out there. Excuse me. So Jackson said, Joy says this: Tennessee is unlimited. I believe someone said that. I find that odd. Yeah, unlimited. God, that means you could have 10 poles out there. I kind of agree with that one, Joy. 3 poles at the most places on Oklahoma. Okay, I got you. Gotcha. Yeah, here we're only allowed 2. We're only allowed 2 in the water. Which, I mean, it's okay. I mean, it's sometimes 2 is more than enough. I remember I did a live one night, and I literally had 2 fishing poles out, and they both got hit at the same time. And I'm like, which one do I pick? Which one do I pick? So Jackson says up to 7 poles depending on at other places. Really? You guys can actually do up to 7 poles in the water depending where you are? That's incredible. Wow. That's incredible. Hey, that makes some fishing. I'll tell you right there, man. Imagine catching. Now, here's the question. What do you do if you have more than 2 poles active? That's going to be hard. Not sure where those places are yet. Oh, but I guarantee you'll find it, my friend. I guarantee you will find it. Oh my gosh. 7 poles? Whoo! I have enough trouble with 2. You imagine having more than that in the water? And if they all get hit at one time and you're the only one there, that's going to be interesting. That's going to be way interesting. Run. Yeah, run very fast. Well, you know what? It's funny because the last time that my wife, the last live that I did, I don't know. I'm maybe it's just me. The last time I went out, my wife told me, take your net with you. And I told her, yeah. Let's see here. Joy says only 3 allowed here. Oh, okay. Well, you guys are 1 more than I am even, Joy. Wow, we're only allowed 2. My wife told me, take the net. Well, I've always been a firm believer that every time I've taken my net, I've never caught anything. And sure enough, if you caught the last live, I brought the net that night, and sure enough, that broke. I finally caught a fish the night I had my net. I thought that was hilarious because normally when I catch, I don't have a net with me. And I figured, well, what's the point? It ain't broke. Let's not fix it. Well, little did I know, it ended up fixing me. So now the net goes with me wherever I go. I know I should always have it ready, but you know how we are. We sometimes think, yeah, we're not going to catch anything. If we bring it, it's kind of weird to say this. It's almost like it's not superstition. It's not, but it's like you have a certain way that you fish. All of a sudden you realize, well, if we mess it up, it ain't gonna work. You know what I'm saying? So Jackson says, so Arizona did away with the 2-pole stamp. Um, they may have. All I know is that when I get my license, we're only allowed 2 poles. I know that in the state I used to live in, that if you wanted an additional pole, you had to pay a different price for a stamp. Here, I don't know if they do that. In fact, I'm almost positive they may not, though. I think I've asked about it one time before, or you have to purchase a different type of stamp. You know, I don't remember. It's been so long since I've asked. It's been so long since I've asked. That's a good point, though. Got that secondary light up just in case. There we go. Yeah, I don't know. Arizona, as far as I know, gosh, I want to say, because I got my fishing license when we first moved here about 7 years ago, and I think I remember asking about that, but I don't recall whether they told me I had to get another type of stamp for additional pull or not. It's been a minute. I don't recall. That's the sad part. But I would imagine it's probably going to be the same. Well, Joy, have a wonderful evening. Appreciate you. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was you. Hey, Catfish and Bass. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate you joining, man. Have a wonderful evening. Now, don't be sorry. I get it. I totally understand. Yeah, it may have been. It may have been, sir. Like I said, it's been a while since I've asked, so it probably was. Well, folks, I just want to say thank you so much for joining the live tonight. I really appreciate each and every one of you taking the time out of your day and evening to spend time with me here on the channel. It means a lot to me. I could not be successful if it wasn't for you and your support to the channel, and I do appreciate that. Whether you've been with me since the very beginning of the channel or you're brand new to the channel, thank you so much. I appreciate that. We're going to see what the weather's going to look like tomorrow. Hopefully we won't have any winds. If we do, then I probably won't be able to go fishing, but you never know. Let's see here. Jackson says it was early 2000s when that was. Ah, okay. It could very well been then because we moved out here in 2019. So yeah, I got you. Gotcha. Thanks for the tip on that, Jackson. I appreciate that. Folks, again, thank you so much. See, Tony says, everyone have a good evening. Tony, you have a good evening too, my friend. Appreciate you joining out and hanging out with us this evening on our live light, as I call it tonight. Yeah, hey, I always have a fun time talking out with you guys here, no matter what, whether we're actually fishing or not. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me and enjoying the time with you. I'm always learning something from everybody, even you guys here on YouTube. So, again, can't do it without you guys, and appreciate your support. And Jackson, we will help you get the hours that you need, my friend. Oh, I appreciate you too, Joy. Take care and have a wonderful evening. You bet. Be safe out there. And like I said, Jackson, we'll help you get those hours that you need. Folks, do me a favor. If you are subscribed to Jackson's page, hit that button and watch all the live content. We need to get this young man's hours built up for him to get him to 3,000 if we could do that. Okay? Do me a favor. Show him some love and support. If you're new to his channel or just watching it for the first time, go ahead and hit that subscribe and like button. Help him out. Help him out. All right. All you folks that have been here tonight, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure hanging out with you. And have a wonderful evening. There you go. There you go. Joy, thank you for all the help that you're giving tonight also, too. Appreciate that. Couldn't have done it without you. It's always a joy when you're here, my friend. Joy, if you have any information that you'd like to send me, please feel free to do so. My email address is arizonafishinglife@gmail.com. arizonafishinglife@gmail.com. Please feel free to send me an email with any information that you have that I might be able to use and share with the channel also. Anything we can do to help each other out, I'm all about it. Indeed. Indeed. Jim, I don't know if you're still watching, my friend, but if you are, have a wonderful evening, and I'm glad that you're feeling better, sir. We will talk soon. You have my word on that. So, Cal, I don't know if you're still here or not, but if you are, have a wonderful evening, and if not, be safe wherever you may be, and tell Mrs. SoCal hi. And folks, until next time, be safe out there wherever you may be, and enjoy your evening and your weekend, what's left of it. And until next time, as I always say, I will see you outdoors. Thanks, everybody, and have a wonderful evening. Good night, all.